Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello, good day, and welcome to Apex Racing TV and round 5 of the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. Today's race is being held at one of the most iconic tracks in the world, Japan's beautiful Suzuka International Racecourse. Along with Samuel Kumo in our virtual production truck, I am Charles Beauchel flying solo today, and we will be bringing you all the sights and sounds for this event. 4 hours of side-by-side racing in this tight and twisting Suzuka course. And we're going to look forward to this event on this 5.8 kilometer, 3.6 mile track. First thing I think we should probably discuss is weather. As you see, we got a little bit of fog on the track today, but no rain projected, which is probably a really good thing because this is going to be a very difficult track for these drivers to try and navigate. Obviously, Suzuka, very, very technical course. And we are in the highest category of cars is most power. And it's going to be very difficult for these drivers to navigate lap traffic. So let's go ahead, as the drivers are in their drivers meeting preparing for qualifying. Let's go ahead and talk about the recap of the season thus far, and we'll talk about last race at Aragon, and it was in the LMDH class. It was virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, the team. With some new drivers last race. However, same result. They get a win, third win in a row. Team FFSR is finishing second and propels them into the championship lead, which we'll talk about here very shortly. Third place was CRF Motorsports with another solid result for that team. In the LMP2 class, it was a Pung Crew 1 and 2 with Pung Crew Blue taking the win. Punk Crew Gold taking second place, and Echelon Simsport taking third, and will put Punk Crew Blue solidly in first place in the championship standings. In the GT3 class, it was in the Pro, it was Hyperion Racing taking a 1-2 there with the Hyperion car of Hyperion 3 taking the win. Hyperion Racing, car number 44, taking second, and Solpec Precision Racing taking third. And in the GT3 AM class, we had Goin Racing taking the win. I believe that was the Ruby car. Backpainted Ice Rain finishing second with another great result. Longhorn Racing finishing third. And if we can, let's go ahead and pull up the championship standings for the current season. We have Team FFSR in the lead of the LMDH class with 111 points. 100 Forces in second with 106. Virtual drivers, even though they missed the first race, are in third place, just ahead of Team Tenuto 222. Still 7-point gap between those four teams with today's race and then one more race to go. So still very tight battle in the LMDH class. Let's go ahead and move to the LMP2. Punk Crew Blue with that commanding lead of 15 points over Echelon Simsport. Pneumatic Motorsports Purple is in third, and Punk Crew Gold in fourth at 114. So pretty good gap there between P1 and P2, but still pretty tight from 2 down to 4. As we move to GT3, Sonic Racing Team in the lead, 1 point over Solpec Precision Racing. Penguin RC Pro in third. Bear Pope Workers Union in fourth, still pretty tight there, only 8 points separating the top 4 teams. As we move down to GT3M, Go Racing Ruby with 135 points, Fendi Racing 383 with 117 in second. Back Painted Eye Strain moving up, they're only 1 point behind Fendi in P3, and 6 points back is the Penguin RC GT3M car in fourth. So nice gap being formed there by Go Racing Ruby, but still lots of teams with that have been improving during the course of the season, trying to work their way forward. And as we see now, the cars are out on the track, so we'll start our qualifying session. It is a 15-minute session, 3 laps, so it's a solo session. And so we'll just kind of monitor as we go here, as we look to see what lap times we're going to put on the board. We're on board here with Solpec Precision Racing, the 110 car, Pat Pelchat driving. Taking it very, yep. Oh, we're still in the practice. Oh, thank you very much, Samuli. So I'm already ahead of myself as we have a few minutes left in the practice session before qualification starts. I did see the cars back on track after the drivers meeting finished. So I'm going to have to be a little more careful of what I say here, since I don't have anybody except Samuli in my ear backing me up. So we'll see if we can keep things on course here for this 3-hour race. This is as I said earlier, it's a very, very technical track. It's very tight for these cars because of the size of them, as we're seeing Pelchat going through Casio Triangle and back out onto the start-finish straight. So passing is going to be at a premium. There are some places, obviously the front straight being the very long straightaway as we're on board here, will be your primary place to make those moves down into turn 1. But once we get through turn 1 and we get into the snake, passing is going to be at a premium. It's going to be very difficult to make a move even between GT3s and the LMDH class, as these GT3 cars are going to need all that track width just to try and carry their speed through these corners as we come around onto out of the snake onto the Anabank curve in through Dunlop, as we're seeing here. We get to roll down these LMP2 cars, Punk Crew Gold, as we're on board with here, through the Degners. Very, very tight corners, very precise, really easy to get that wrong. You carry too much speed out into out past the normal apex exit, and you're going to have a very strong potential of looping the car around. It's going to be very difficult as they go through the hairpin, through 200R into the iconic spoon curve, as we're seeing coming up now. Once again, also very, very difficult place to get your speed right and carry that speed through that corner. As you can see, there's enough room there that some of the faster cars may be able to make some overtakes there on the inside of the track as we make our run down the backstretch down to 130R. Got to get that move done before you get there, otherwise that's going to be real problems for whoever's on the outside. And then back down into Casio Triangle and back onto the start-finish straight. That'll be a lap of Suzuka. once again, looks like that these guys there's enough of a gap in the lap times that there'll be some good potential for passing. But once again, it's going to be passing is going to be at a premium. There's just some places on track that if you try and make that pass in there, it's going to end up ruining somebody's day. And hopefully we won't see a lot of those. We'll get some good, smart drives by everybody, and we won't be involving major collisions because, especially in the early laps of the race, you have one collision there and it may end up being many cars involved during the course of this, and we're going to keep that down to a minimum as we're going to be on board here with Motorsports. Zane Khan working his way down into Casio Triangle. And as I'm looking through the results here, yeah, we've got about a 6-second gap between the LMDH class and the top of the LMP2 class. So nice gap in pace there. And then another 8 seconds from the back of the LMP2 class to the beginning of the GT3s. So yeah, so there's enough gap there that that some passes can be made in some little tighter conditions. The faster cars will be able to use their downforce and pace advantage to work their way through a corner. Once again, hopefully there's obviously some places that it's not going to be good, as we see a little wiggle there from the Ferrari and the Fendi team as they're coming through out of Anti-Bank Curve into Dunlop. So we run down into the hairpin. Be good opportunities for passes here, especially multi-class. Be good, also good challenge points there for inter-class battles. So we'll see hopefully some nice moves made by some of the GT3s and LMP2s there in that section of track. It's one of those that you can outbrake the car in front and have a potential for making overtake without potentially screwing up anybody else during the course of that. As we are in our final, ooh, there's a spin. You can see the Ferrari there, Fendi, and then contact with the car that was working its way through, Lunatic Racing. So we're in our last minute of the practice session. Qualifying will start here just very shortly. Board here with the German Pit Bulls team. Their Cadillac as they're working their way through. Degner's coming up on the back of a Porsche 911, the 14 car. All right, and practice is done. We'll start our qualifying session up. Once again, 3 laps, 15 minutes to serve those 3 laps, and so we'll have a brief time here. We'll just allow you to watch the cars on the track, and as the times come up, we'll start giving those out and let you know where your favorite team is situated. As we're on board here with Nick McLaughlin, Solpeck on his out lap. And they'll do their best to get their tires as warm as they can. on this out lap so they can go great hot lap on their first one. I'm assuming that's the strategy. You want to try and get at least, maybe a little bit slow on the first lap as they're setting maybe a banker lap, just to make sure they get a time in and they're not starting, at the very back of their field. And then the last couple of laps will be just as hard as you can go. So we'll, like I said, just take a little brief break here as the cars are on their out laps, and we'll come back around and we'll start giving out some qualification times. Not the place that you want to park as we switch over to Solpack. Racing 2 in their Acura, working their way around. I believe everybody should be. See if we can have people that are on their hot laps, or if we're still just in the build stage here. Here we go. And we've got some times coming in. CRF Motorsports with the early pole position, quickly dropped by Hyperion Racing 2, the 944 car we're on board with here. So it's a nice time, 142.5. I believe that pace is going to build as we're going through. So I think you'll see that time drop another second or so before we're all said and done. We see Punk Crew Blue now taking pole for LMP2. Hyperion Racing taking the pole for GT3 Pro thus far. And Go Win Racing Ruby in the GT3M. Mercedes with a 2-minute .3. Got Haddock on board here with Punk Crew Blue. 151.1 start time. Quite a bit faster than the other two who have set times thus far. So it looks like they'll be building for a little more pace as well. Bryce Rodriguez of Hyperion Racing, currently the pole sitter for the GT3 Pro class, 159.8. Very close between both the classes, with only a half a second between the pole and Pro and the pole and AM. So this looks like to be a very, very tight GT battle today, even amongst even in between the pros and AMs. I see lots of battling together, as we talk about in previous races. Those cars will be classed separately for points, but they'll be gridding together for the race. So very similar to what you would see in IMSA, where you would see all the GT3 cars in the same class, and their times will be mixed together. So Go In Racing Ruby actually is sitting in P6 overall. So they'll be outside row 3 when the cars grid. Pat Pelchat again, Solpec Racing, current pole sitter, only 1600ths of a second ahead of Hyperion Racing in that 944. So a very tight battle at the top of this field. Worked his way down through the hairpin. Just from my general knowledge of the LMDH class, I think that the Acuras are going to have a bit of an advantage. This is not necessarily a long draft track. This is a very, once again, more technical course, lots of high-speed turns, and I think that suits the Acura pretty well. So it would not surprise me to have a strong Acura finish up at the top once this is all said and done. Likewise with the Porsches in the GT3 class, I think the GT3, the Porsches, this kind of suits that car with the tight turns. May see some Acuras finding their way up near the front, because the Acura seems to be a very strong car in its addition to the iRacing field. So we're on board here with Bear Pope, currently in third in GT3 Pro. This is the Bear Pope Workers Union car. So I'm thinking, if I've got my pick, as we're also have a couple McLarens up there in the top, that this feels like that the Porsches and or Acuras may have an advantage here at this track today. So in 3 hours we'll know, and right now it's all just speculation. That's kind of my one man's opinion on that matter. And thanks to Samuli for some information. 2 Porsche cars in the GT3 Pro field. That is the Solpec car, which is on pole, and PCA Sim Racing, who is currently running in P11. We're looking down the grid here. We've got an Acura in third. Got the 322 car running in the Acura. He's down in P12 overall in the class. As we're on board here with Punk Crew White in the Ferrari. That's not quite the right line through that set of corners. That's the Degners, and that's going to be one of those that you're going to have to be very careful of. As I said, the Degners are probably the most dangerous corners on this track, just because of the way you have to enter them. It's a very high speed double right-hander, so you have to be very careful on those entry points and how much speed you're carrying, because it's very easy to just catch yourself out, get too far offline, and you're going to make for a bad day for yourself and for others possibly. So that's one of those that he'll get a reset. If that wasn't his last lap, he might get a chance to get back out and get one more crack at that. Otherwise, it'll be his qualifying over, as we're now at the 10-minute mark of qualifying. So 5 minutes left to go. I'm going to say most of the cars at this point have probably taken their 3 laps with their out lap. We're at the point now that we should be wrapping things up. Even though we've got an extra few minutes, there may be a couple of cars out there that have kind of waited a little bit to see what the other cars on their class are doing, and having some idea of what number they're going to have to hit in order to be up toward the front of their field. Back on board with Fendi Racing Ferrari. Luke Fisher making his, yep. Working his way through 130R down into Casio Triangle. Still yet to set a time, so we'll see if this is going to be a good lap for him. And it was not, no time on the board. So he had apparently had an off track there during the course of that to invalidate his lap. So he's got, hopefully he's got another chance at it. We do have a few cars that have not set times. That Luke Fisher in that car has is the only GT car that has GT3. As we see FFSR, Ludovic Ortiz with a spin. And this is one of the other cars that haven't set a time yet. We have 3 LMP2s that have not set times, and 1 LMDH, the 920 car. Cadillac, Jamie Hopper on board, has not managed to set a time yet. We see Mowbray over with a spin as well. He's one of the other cars has yet to set a qualifying time, so we may have a few cars that are going to end up starting in the back. On here was Casey O'Brien, the 178. He does have a time on the board, and his last lap moves him up to P8 in the GT3 AMs in his Ferrari. Peter Sikdar in RD Sim Sport 2 up to P4. Half a second back. Marius Blendea for Tectonic, currently running in P9 in the GT3 Pro class. He's only 44 hundredths behind pole, so you can just see how tight this field is going to be today. As we've got several cars that are within, trying to see what we've got here as far as gap. So basically 159.77 is our pole time. We've got most of our cars in the 159 and 2 minutes. The top 18 cars in the GT3s overalls are within basically 1.3 seconds of pole. So that's going to make for some very tight racing in that class. We're back here with Luke Fisher. Still has Yep, so Luke Fisher did set his time, 2 minutes, 0.78, puts him P16 in the GT3 field. Darren Mowbray still trying to set that lap. Does he get it this time? He does not. I do not see anything come up on our timing and scoring system. So we've got still the the LMDH car of the Jamie Hopper, the 920. Has not yet set a time. And then the 3 cars, the 17 car on board here, Sim HQ has not set a time. Ian Henneberry in the 333 LMP2 has not set a time. And Ludovic Ortiz in the LMP2, the number 94 car, has yet to set a time. So those cars will be starting at the back of their class, not at the back of the field. It's just at the back of their class. So it's not a terrible thing, but obviously it's starting in the back of your class makes things a little difficult to try and keep up with pace. So it may be one of these days that we're going to see a few of the cars coming in for drive-through penalties for incident counts, as qualifying is now over. 63 incidents for the event before your drive-through penalty. And so now, as we're getting ready to grid up here, we're going to go through the qualifying order. As soon as that's ready, we'll bring it up. All right, deep breath, everybody. We're going to try and get through this. In the LMDH class, we've got Solpec Precision, Pat Pelchat on pole, Nicholas Maynard of 100 Force in second, Timothy Larson, Hyperion Racing in third, Peter Sikdar, RD Sim Sport in fourth, Christopher Kindler, German Pit Bulls in 5th. Ben Ford of CRF in 6th. Team FFSR, Thomas Engelboth in P7. Bradley Holly of Solpec in P8. Julien Rete in P9. Nick Pequin, Punk Crew in P10. Curtis Rederath in 11th. Zachary Coonan in 12th. As we go now to the GT3 Pro, Jamie Hopper, CRF, P1. Nick McLaughlin, P2. Bryce Rodriguez, 3rd. EJ Bird, 4th. Blake Reynolds, 5th. Zane Kahn in 6th. Derek Heiberger in 7th. Michael Gonzalez in 8th. Federico Faria in 9th. Marius Blandea in 10th. Daniel Mills in 11th. Nicholas Holden in 12th. And then Matt Quinn in 13th. In the LMP2 class, Eli Singh in P1, Scott Haddock in 2nd, Luke Patrick 3rd, J2 Tammy in 4th, Thomas Baker in 5th, Mike Gallant in 6th, Darren Mowbray in 7th, Ludovic Ortiz in 8th, Ian Henneberry in 9th. And finally, in our GT3 AM class, we've got Eugene Maltsev in 1st, Michael Hickman in 2nd, Scott Angelo 3rd, Craig Gill 4th, Luke Fisher 5th, Zachary Livingood in 6th, Mark Johnson 7th, Matt Kingsbury in 8th, Casey O'Brien in 9th, Luke Davis in 10th, Kevin Ayers 11th, Joseph Carnes in 12th, Matthew Rice in 13th, and David Anderson in 14th, and that is your qualifying order. And we still have plenty of time left. How about that? As we're just about to start rolling, the LMDH field has started moving off. Take a nice swig of water there as we get ready to start this race behind the iRacing pace car. 3 hours of racing today here at Suzuka. Nice gap formed back between LMDH and the LMP2 field. Give themselves plenty of room to race their class before we get into the high stakes drama of lap traffic in navigating some of the slower class cars. Just the LMP2's off in the distance there. A little bit foggy today, so we'll have to keep the cameras a little tight. I don't think Blimp's going to work very well, but that is all we're expecting. No rain expected in the forecast, at least I saw. Yep, still 0% chance of precipitation, so we'll just fog only. So it'll make the visibility a little tough, but that'll keep the track nice and dry, and hopefully we'll have 3 hours of great battles on track. We're coming down. Pace car is off. And we're waiting for the leader. And there he goes. And the race is underway. Solpec with a good jump, taking over in front of 100 Force. A battle back between RD and Hyperion Racing in that P3 position. Coming through coming into the snake here. Hyperion does take the third position. RD in 4th. You have a couple of cars in the back have made up a spot as we're on board here for the LMP2 start. Side by side there in turn 1. Wisely gets in the line, and so we're going to straight, nose to tail for the beginning of this race. Probably a smart idea. As see the GT3 cars getting their start in the back as they're working their way out of turn 1 into the snake as well. Pretty straightforward. Don't see any drama so far. Oh, we do have a car off, and that's Craig Gill in the 323 car. Also, Zachary Livingood in the back painted ice brand car. Oh, one of the championship leaders, and it's gonna be a rough lap around as he's missing his wing on that Ford Mustang. In order to get back around, he's gonna have to be very, very careful. The downforce is pretty much non-existent at this point. We're on board here with Zachary Coonan. Now we're going to get a replay here. And This is on board the 62 car. They're working their way through the snake. He's on in the inside there of that corner. Oh, and just he makes an adjustment to try and move around a spinning car, and there was another car there. Unfortunately, sends him spinning backing into the wall. Got that rear end damage. It's going to be very difficult to once again, if as long as my computer's not desynced, it doesn't look like it is. He is missing that rear wing. That's going to make this car very difficult to handle in some of the higher speed corners. He's got to take his time, try and get back around, get that car repaired. Fortunately, it is early, so there is a chance to make up some time and positions as long as you're patient and cautious. There are going to be other incidents during the course of this race, as we're on board here with Longhorn Racing, as well as PCA Sim Racing. So obviously another spin there in Casio Triangle. Some contact between those two cars. Doesn't look like the cars are damaged too badly from what I can see at first glance. We'll go back on board with PCA as they're working their way through 130R. Very close there on the outside into the braking zone for Casio. Yeah, just looks like the Corvette may have lost the rear, and Porsche had nowhere to go as he was working up and closing that gap a little quickly. And so contact made both cars spin, but not look like a lot of damage. Like I said, like they'll just lost some time. They'll be able to make that up as the race goes along. As we see Zachary Livingood back painting I-Strain back out after getting that wing replaced. That's going to make that car a little bit better to drive during the course of this race with all of his downforce available to him. That rear wing, you'll be surprised how much downforce that rear wing produces. If you've ever tried to drive one of these cars when it's damaged and it's missing it, it's almost impossible to go with any type of pace. That rear wing puts a lot of force back on the back of that car to keep those rear tires attached to the surface of the track. We're now on board here with Zane Kahn on his way around, I believe this is Spoon Corner. Is indeed Blake Reynolds. They're running in P5. They're working their way down the back stretch down toward 130R. Oh, that was a massive crash by Hyperion Racing in the 944 car. I can try to see where that is. Is that that may be the Dunlop curve, maybe where that was. I believe that's correct. We're on board here with Hyperion. Yep, coming in out of the S's to Anti-Bank curve, and then Dunlop, and just gets off into the grass. Oh, and I believe that was a bit of net code as well. Just the way the car turned very, very violently. I'm going to say that was some net code involved in that as well, but the damage had already started with that spin. I think he just got too far off into the grass and lost the rear of the car. As we're now back on board here with Luke Patrick, West Coast Racing Endurance, running P2, having himself a good start to the race, right behind Punk Crew Blue and just ahead of Punk Crew Gold. So they're keeping the Punk Crew cars separated here as he's working his way out of the hairpin down into Spoon Curve. Back on board here with Eli Singh and Punk Crew Gold. So far, pretty straightforward. There's the Fendi car, Luke Fisher. Over, looked like he's made some contact with Barry. Yep, you see some front end damage on the right front as that was coming out of Degner's. So my guess is if we get a replay there, we're going to see some probably just a little bit deep in the corner and got off into the gravel. We'll get this here as we're coming down. Like I said, jump through Dunlop into Degner 1. Yeah, just once he hit the curb on the inside, just bounced the car. And there's, you see the contact into the Armco barrier. Able to get back on and kind of looking to see. Yeah, could not tell, but maybe a little left hand down, so maybe a little suspension damage on that right front. So we'll have to see if he decides to come in or if he's able to drive the car and maintain his pace. We'll see if he comes in, takes an early pit stop. As we're on board, obviously, the GT3 cars, this being a 3-hour race, Their goal is going to be to get to that hour mark every time. That just alleviates the need for that little splash at the end. So there may be he may be able to drive his car very nicely and do some fuel saving as well. Get it to the hour mark so he can come in and pit, change his tires, refuel the car, get any damage repaired that he can. So we see that's the 178 CMS Racing, Casey O'Brien. Off, just like he maybe just lost the rear a little bit there, coming through turn 1. Pretty easy to do. You can kind of get behind on your braking and turning into 1, and you end up with a little half spin, as we saw with O'Brien there. But looks like no damage, able to return to the race. So we're already seeing the leaders of Solpeck and 100 Force working their way through the back of the GT field. So we're already with lap 5. We're already navigating lap traffic. Very difficult corner. You're going to try and get your run down. Try and get down to the hairpin to make your passes. As you see them passing the cars on the outside. To be a good look to see what lines these LMDH cars are having to take to get past the GT3 cars. A lot of outside moves. They're going to be on the inside for Spoon. So we're trying to get that little move made there without affecting the GT3 very much. Just kept him off the apex a little bit. Then carry that speed through Spoon curve. And then the run down the back stretch to 130R. You want to try and get this done before you get there, and he has successfully. You see him just kind of blip the throttle a little bit there, just trying to carry as much speed as he can, keep his speed going. And through Casio, very well done. Yeah, so far so good. Looks like that the LMDH cars are doing a pretty good job of not having to worry about giving the GTs a lot of damage. It looks like there's plenty of room. Oh no, that's Punkrood Gold around. Contact made with the 17 car as the 17 comes up into the hairpin. Obviously pretty blind once you go around that corner. That is Sim HQ. So a little bit of front end damage for him. He'll probably have to get that fixed his first pit stop. We're on board with Sim HQ. It probably is going to see a lot of nothing and then a big car right in front of you. As we see Punkrood, yeah, there he is. Oh, yep, and yep. Don't know if he was looking as far down the track probably as he needed to. He's probably a little fixated on the cars in front. So yeah, but it happens sometimes. It happens to the best of us that we get focused in on one point. We're not really looking at our peripherals. And contact made, not substantial contact, but enough contact that it did a little bit of damage to the front of both cars. On board here with Ben Ford of CRF. They're working their way through this lap traffic of the GT3 field. Yep, nicely done. Cuts in front of the Penguin car. Just as a bit of reference, as these cars are now barreling down through 130R, the LMP2 class has just came out of the snake and they're heading down toward Degner's. So there's still a few laps yet before the LMDH cars make it to the back of the LMP2. As we see a car off there, that was Zachary Coonan of Pneumatic Motorsport, P10 in the LMDH. And that looks like some pretty substantial damage to the front of the car. See if he's going to be able to carry on or if he's going to have to come into his pits. He is coming into the pits to get that damage fixed. So I'm going to say that's at least some suspension damage, as we see a couple other GT3s come in behind them. Looks like somebody was missing the front end of their car. Might have been a Corvette. Couldn't really tell. As we're on board here with Zachary Coonan. We'll see if we see any more of this incident here as he's working his way through 130. That is a Corvette in front of him. He works his way down. Yeah, just braking way too late. Just not anticipating the cars that were in front much slower as they're going through that Casio triangle side by side, and just a little bit late on the brakes. Obviously, I'm not here to to steward the race. So we'll leave it at that, and he is back out on the track. Pelt Pelchak still leading overall in the LMB field and overall in the race itself. He's working his way down through into 130R. Generally speaking, we'll see these GTPs as they make their second run through the GT3 field. I'm sorry, the LMDH cars, as they make their way through the GT3 field. It's generally about the same time that the LMP2s are making their way through the GT3 field for the first time. We'll see if that stands pat as it goes, but that's generally what happens. Just by the nature of how these cars are, how much speed they make and where they make it. That just generally ends up being, the first time through, it's the LMDH cars through the GT3s. Second time through, it's everybody being mixed together. So we'll keep a lookout for that as we're on board still with the overall race leader. Got himself a nice 5.8 second gap over RD Sim Sport in P2. 100 Force in third. 6.6 is just a second behind P2. RD having themselves a great race start so far. They are up, I believe, 2 positions. That is, yep, they're up 2 spots since the beginning of the race, and he has the fastest lap thus far. And we are on board here with the AM class battle, GT3s. Miranda's M Squad in the lead to get the ARC Motorsports car in P2, and that's still a 4-car battle there for the lead of the race. So we've got Ford Mustang, Mercedes GT3, Ford Mustang, and then the Acura, Bear Pope running in third. And I think actually that second Ford Mustang is actually one of the pro cars. That is Goodwin Racing Ruby, the 80 car in Mercedes directly in front of it's Bear Pope Enduro. Okay, there's where it was. So we got actually, yeah, so the top 3 cars there are the GT3 AM top 3, and that Bear Pope Workers Enduro is actually one of the GT3 Pro cars. Nicholas Maynard there for 100 Force. Off the track is now rejoined. Running now in P5. That dropped 3 positions since the start of the race. Looks like he may be struggling just a bit, trying to keep the car underneath him. Back to the leader of the LP2 class, and he has found his way to the back of the Punk Crew, or back of the GT3 field. That is a Punk Crew team car, the number 42 Ferrari, driven by Michael Hickman. Works his way around very cautiously, but gets the move done. He's got a 2.3 second gap over West Coast Racing, with another 2.3 back to P3 of Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. And then Pneumatic itself is in a pretty tight battle with Team FFSR, Maison Carré Dubai. That's the best French I could come up with, so very sorry about that. We're on board here. Still only a 0.3 of a second gap. That's a very tight battle still as they're working their way through the GT3 field. He wants to get that move done. Yep, Team FFSR, they want to get that move made. They don't want to have any GT3 cars between himself and the car in front. So he's going to try and make that move and follow the lead car in. Oh, actually, he's going to make that move and try and make a move for that position. And actually pins the car behind the Punk Crew car and gets that move made. Great opportunity there. Great move by iRTES to move up to P3. It was a very tight battle. There was a little bit of contact. Nothing just out of the way, but very strategic place to make that move, knowing he had the car in front. He was able to lunge in and keep that car pinned behind the GT3 car and was able to make the pass. And so now the 24 car Pneumatic will be looking to get that position back. But iRTES having a great run, up 7 positions since the start of the race. We talked about, I believe, him having trouble with getting a qualifying time set. That has not mattered to this point. He's just working his way up through the field and having a great run so far, as we're on board here with the 46 car of Mike Gallant, Echelon SimSport LMP2, working his way around that Punk Crew Ferrari. See on board here with Mark Johnson, Longhorn Racing Carbon, up to P2, making that move past Go Win Racing Ruby of Eugene Maltsev. They will take that position. Has managed to give them, as a battle for that spot, has managed to allow Murad and Sim Squad to move out to a 1.5 second lead over this group. So now it's time for them to stay in line and see if they can make up that gap. It was a pretty tight battle up to that move for position. As we see another car off, that's JT Tammy and Pneumatic Motorsports, LMP2. Replay from them. Yep. Oh, that was the attempt at a little bit of what you see is what you get there from Tammy. He saw Ortiz kind of stuck behind a GT3 car. He was going to make his move and contact made, so we'll let the stewards sort that one out if there needs to be a penalty involved, but it does look like it was very similar to what we saw earlier with Ortiz getting that move done, and Tammy not so much. There's contact made between himself and Ortiz. So if we see any, obviously, if there's any penalties involved, you'll see those pop up on your screen, and we'll try and call them out as we can. Ross Rodriguez here in Hyperion Racing 3, currently leading GT3 Pro. ART Motorsports just behind him, only a quarter of a second, and you can see it on the screen. The battle of the McLaren versus Ferrari. Zane Khan in that 26 Ferrari. Staying with him. Looks like there's a little bit of a gap for him, but it seems like the Ferrari does a little better in a couple of sections of track that allows Khan to keep it close. As you see the gap starting to come down a little bit more as they get down the straightaway. Hard on the brakes into the hairpin. Working their way through 200R. Still a very, very good battle here as they're just kind of running the race. Don't look like there's anything much happening. I think that it's we're gonna ride a little bit, see if we can stretch the gap to the cars behind, and then we'll do some real battling later. Obviously, if there's an opportunity where Hyperion makes a mistake, you can rest assured that ARC will try and take advantage of that, but not really pushing his luck at this point. I did see, I believe, some lapping traffic behind them, so you'll have to be very aware of that, as it looks like that all the cars now are kind of intermixed and mingled between all the classes, as we've got both. So as I'm just listening in with my eagle-eyed producer Samuli, saying that Go Win's dropped down is starting to drop behind that Longhorn Racing car. Is gained a second, so the gap is now 3 seconds between Maragnas and Go Win Racing Ruby. Don't see any damage on the car, so not sure if it may just be, as we see LMP2 traffic working its way through, as well as GTPs. That's very close there between them and the iRTES SimSport car. That may be the cause of these gaps building is just the intermix of the lapping traffic working its way through. But it has opened a gap up. As you see, it kind of stalled the Going Racing Ruby Mercedes out just a little bit as he was getting lapped by an LMP2 and an LMDH car in the span of basically 2 corners. So that gap has opened up a little bit, but you know, the way these things work is traffic will give and traffic will take. So you just have to be aware and not get frustrated with the fact that you're losing time to your competitors, and you just continue on and see if those competitors get hung up by those same cars as they work their way through to the next set of lap cars. And it does appear as now that the LMDHs and the LMP2s are starting to work their way through the GT3 Pro field. They're clearing the AMs out, and you see that is Bear Pope Enduro, which is a GT3 Pro car, trying to work his way around the Going Racing Ruby car. As we said, oh, that was close between the Bear Pope car and the passing car. I believe that was 100 force. Is that right? No. Yep, it was 100 force. Okay. As he was working his way through, you could kind of see the mix between the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs. We said they grid together, so they're kind of mixed in and amongst each other. And as you can see, it's makes for some very difficult racing, as Punk Crew Pink has had a spin off the track in their Cadillac. Managed to get that car riding back out on the track. Obviously lost a little position. They're currently running in P8 in their class. And cars as they just passed probably no more than a few seconds ago he's had to work his way back around again. He is 32 seconds behind. He's 8 seconds behind 100 force in P7. So as you can see, lap traffic is starting to become a little more difficult as all these classes start mixing together. As we see the Mirandus M Squad car off the track, very strange entrance, and you see him getting passed by Going Racing Ruby, so that drops him down to P3. Not sure what happened there, but that was a very strange way that we caught that car in the direction he was traveling. That looked a little weird. Let's get a replay here. So coming out of Degner 2, making the run down to the hairpin. Oh, yeah, okay, now I can see where that is. Basically got a little bit of an attempt at a hip check by one of the passing prototypes. Took him off the track a little bit. As they're working their way into this little kink here. Yep, just that prototype just kind of floating out a little bit off of his corner, and makes a little bit of contact with Scott Angelo in the Mirandus M Sport car, or M Squad car, excuse me. So he has to kind of rejoin. Loses a couple positions, but it doesn't look like that was a significant enough tap that's going to damage the car. So now he's got a little bit of work to do. He's got a 2.2 second gap up to the Longhorn Racing Carbon Ford Mustang that has now taken the lead, and he is directly behind the Going Racing Ruby Mercedes. We'll see just what kind of pace that Mustang has in comparison to the Merc, as he had pulled out a nice lead due to some lap traffic as well as his overall pace. So we'll see if the pace is going to win out again, and he's able to make a move around Going Racing and take that spot. We're coming through Dunlop. Good entry there in the Degner 1. Nice line. Got to look out for the 17 car coming through. And he looks to the inside, does not make the lunge, but gets a good run out of the hairpin. The Going Mercedes goes very wide coming out. As we see some lap traffic, we've got an LP2 and as well as the Cadillac. I believe that's the Punk Crew car. Oh, that's a destroyed car. That is West Coast Racing, who was running, I believe, second place in that. As we see the first decision made, Punk Crew Pink avoidable contact. Contact both those cars through 130R, tried to go side by side, and I said this at the beginning of the broadcast. You can't go side by side through 130R. It's going to be trouble for the car on the outside, and that's exactly what happened. Luke Patrick getting dealt the death blow there out of 130R into the barrier, completely destroyed rear end of that LMP2 car, drops him all the way down to the back of the field. He's towed, and so he's going to have his work cut out for him for the rest of this race. We see Ortiz working his way through. Oh, very deep there through Degner 1. Gets it kind of caught up into Degner 2. Got back in control. Very, very, very difficult lunge. I said 3 varies there, so it must have been bad. As Ortiz manages to keep the car going in the proper direction. It looked a little late. Probably not the place that you want to make that move, but he's got a 6-second gap he feels like he needs to make up in a pretty short order. So he's going to try and do that up to Punk Crew Blue. But having himself Ortiz, not to sneeze on it, but he's up 7 positions, running second from the start of the race. So having himself quite the run up through the field. So it looks like that he is, I'm not really sure, he may be, he's in clean air. So it's just him and Punk Crew Blue in that 22 car, piloted by Scott Haddock. Looks like he's losing a little bit of time. There may be some damage on that car. There's been a couple of contacts. So the FFSR car may have a little bit of aero damage, or as I'm kind of going to get a good look there, I don't really see anything, but that doesn't really mean anything. There could be some internal issues or some damage that I'm not seeing on that car. But he's not making up a lot of time so far. Zane Kahn off the track. It's it rejoined. Nice clean. That was I believe, in Snake. Is that right? I think so. Coming out of 1, heading into the Snake. Oh, yeah, he kind of left the door open a little bit, invited that LMP2 car piloted by JT Tammy to say, I'm going to come to the inside, and then kind of close the door a bit late. So we'll see what that's going to happen, if anything comes out of that. But it's just maybe some miscommunication between drivers there. I don't think there was any intentions for issues there. It was just a matter of that car, probably not taking the proper line in, and maybe just misinterpreted by the LMP2 behind as an invitation to make the move. Happens a lot with the very unintentional touch there, and it wasn't a horrible touch. Did not see anything that would cause damage, just enough to get the car spun around, as we're seeing this battle here between Nick McLaughlin and the 321 car, Bear Pope Workers Union. So Solpec versus Bear Pope, EJ Bird in running in, and that's Porsche versus Acura. As we see the Solpec car working his way through to put those cars a lap down. Obviously, that's not their battle. Their battle is between themselves. Solpec is just trying to go out and run his race. He's got an 11-second gap. We'll focus back in here. So current top 3 in GT3 Pro, McLaren, Porsche, and Acura. So the cars that you would kind of expect to be up toward the front of this are at this point in the race. See more traffic working its way through. That is the 4 car. Zach Coonan working his way through and successfully done. is also the 17 car. Darren Mowbray has made those passes successfully and safely, as we're still on board with this battle here between, as we're back over to Chris Kindler, Sherman Pitbulls, in for a stop. This is at the 32-minute mark of the race. It doesn't feel like this is a stop for anything other than maybe an early fuel stop, unless he's got damage he feels like he needs to get repaired. It's not a full service stop, at least at this point, unless they're doing a different strategy. But they are in the pits. It's a little bit early for the LMDHs, I believe, as he comes back out. Oh, and that is Solpeck slow. That is coming out of 130R and will run down to, let's see here, 130R. Oh, nicely avoided by Bearpo. Gets that car caught back up, gets it back under him, and continues on. Lost a couple positions on track, but nicely held. And that is, I think that's classic lift-off oversteer by that Porsche 911 through 130R. I think that happens more often than most people think. That definitely is what it looks like. You have to be very careful with those Porsches on high-speed corners like that. They do have a tendency to just let the rear end go, as we see Luke Fisher of Fendi Racing working his way around. I believe that is him moving himself up to P11 in the AM class over Longhorn Racing Chrome that's behind him. Have themselves, they're still out there running. They're 30 seconds behind, so they're losing, a second a lap on average. Some of that's probably traffic induced, as we see the Solpeck cars. Both the overall race leader as well as the 111 Porsche coming into the pits and back out of the pits. So Solpeck has dropped down to P4. So it looks like that the LMDH cars looks like they're going through their pit cycle. It looks like most of those cars are coming in. So maybe less length of a fuel run than I initially would expect, as we're coming in at the 34-minute mark. Would have expected those cars to make it at least to the 42-minute mark, but not so much. And maybe this is a strategy that they know that they're going to have a 30 or so minute run at the end. So they said, you know what, we'll run the race backwards. We'll take that 30-minute stop at the beginning, and then we'll just do full fuel stops the rest of the race. I've seen that happen and work successfully before. It looks like several of the cars are doing it. So the more that people come in, and then we see Ben Ford also coming in behind him in CRF Motorsports. We'll see if 100 Force comes in. They had stopped, and they had not stopped previously. I was going to say they had stopped previously. They're going to go out for another lap. So almost all of the LMDH cars have pitted, with the exception of Nicholas Maynard in that 100 Force car, and Curtis Rederath in the 40 Cadillac, and, as we say, and so he had already spun, so we can't call that the commentator curse. So obviously getting back on track here. Had a little issue through Spoon Corner. Going to try and make his way to the inside of that LMP2 car before we get to 130R. Successfully done. Nice. Wouldn't have surprised me for him to spin again. When you spin with these cars, it takes a bit to get the extra heat out. You're kind of running around on very, very hot tires, and it doesn't have quite the grip, but he's coming in as well. So the only car in the LMDH class that has not pitted is that 100 Force 117. They are currently in the lead, 17 seconds over Solpeck. My suspicion is they'll come in this lap, but we will wait and see. Working his way out of Spoon down the back stretch. Through 130R. Heavy on the brakes in the Casio triangle. And into the pits he comes. All right, so that's the pit cycle for the LMDH class. Generally speaking, the LMP2s will come in around the 40-minute mark, so we'll see if that's going to hold form. The GT3s, obviously, we spoke about earlier, probably around the 1 hour mark is where everybody wants to try and get that GT3 car to make this an even race of 2 pit stops. We're on board with our current LMP2 leader, Scott Haddock, Punk Crew Blue. Wow. Give himself a good run, 5.5 second gap as we bring in the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Sam Fitzpatrick. Sam, how are you?
Hello. I didn't expect to. I'm very well, thank you. I didn't expect exactly to be here today, but I'm very glad that I am. I love this Suzuka circuit, and thank you, Charles, for doing such a fantastic job over the start of this race. But yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of it with yourself over the course of the 3 hours.
Cool. Well, yeah, we just give you a race recap. We just finished the initial LMDH pit cycle, which to me seemed a little early. We're just at the 38-minute mark of the race. The LMP2s are still out there. We expect them in the next couple of minutes. GT3s, obviously, we're looking at toward the 1 hour mark for their stops. So it's a standard Suzuka race. Obviously, when you're dealing with Suzuka, you're talking about dealing with lap traffic. This is not necessarily the best course for overtakes. It's a pretty tight, twisty track. Obviously, fantastic track. But we've seen the standard things that you would normally see in races like this, where you've got cars making lunges probably, and as we see Scott Angelo again, the Miranda Sim Squad car around. I believe that's at Casio Triangle, right at the edge of pit entry. We're going to get the replay here as he's coming into Casio. So far, so good. And that was very strange on how that actually occurred. But he made contact with that Armco on the right-hand front. Almost seemed like he just maybe, I guess, hard on throttle. And just that was a very strange incident. I wasn't expecting that to occur that way. And we do see the left front damage there on the front of that Ford Mustang.
He's going to be suffering a bit of obviously straight line speed right there, but I mean, at first glance, it doesn't look like he's got any massive damage on there. As long as the steering's not out, then he should be able to continue until his pit stop, which I guess for these GT3 cars should probably be about 55 minutes in, and they do have a faster pair as well to these drivers, so it's marginal, I would say, that one, whether you take the faster pair, because obviously you might have a much worse incident earlier on, whereas that looks more aesthetic than anything else. It'll probably just be losing him a couple of tenths there.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is one that he can probably just kind of work that damage off during the normal pit cycle. Doesn't have to really deal with the fast repair at this point, because you're absolutely right. It could be the next incident could be far worse, and so you want to try and hold on to that if you can. But yeah, it's been a pretty standard race so far. We've seen the standard multi-class battling at Suzuka, where cars will make maybe not be on the line, and cars, lapping cars behind will make those lunges into the corners, and either get their nose chopped off or push the outside car wide. We've seen battles through 130R, which generally never works if you're trying to take those too wide through 130. But it's been pretty standard fare for the most part. Obviously, a pretty difficult track to wrap your head around and get your car to rotate around successfully. So far so good. I think we've had a few incidents, but nothing major. You do see the top two from LMP2 into the pits now. Home Crew Blue, Team FFSR in for their stop. It feels like this is pretty much a standard LMP2 pit cycle start around the 42-minute mark of the race. So yeah, so far so good, I think.
Yeah, I'm really surprised you mentioning that the GTPs went less time than the LMP2s. I think you're mentioning already that the GTPs are pitted, which is really unusual. I'm not sure if maybe there's like a fuel limit or something, but yeah, usually it's sort of the GTPs which go 45, maybe even 50 minutes into the race, depending on what circuit it is, and then the LMP2s are limited to about 40. But obviously, with it being a 3-hour race, maybe some drivers looking for a shorter first stint. Others looking for a longer one. I guess being a 3-hour race, if you can, you want to get to the 45-minute mark, don't you? You can pit on 45, then 1 hour 30, then 2 hours 15. You can make it into a 3-stop rather than a 4-stop. So we'll see if any of our LMP2s are able to do that. I guess the ones who are still out there, who are yet to pit, are looking maybe just on course to do that. They'll probably come in, if they come on this lap, then they'll be in on about 44 minutes.
Yep, that's exactly right. I think we've seen that in races past, where they'll, everybody's watching the clock to try and get their times right. They don't want that. They don't want that final little splash and dash at the end, so they want to try and extend. But yeah, once again, I don't. If the rule changed, I think for every other race that I've been a part of, the LMDHs were always running longer fuel runs than the LMP2. So it is a bit of a change for them to come in so early, as we're on board here with Echelon Synsport and Bearport Pro Tipo as they come in for their stop. So they're at the 43.50 mark. So we see several. We've got 3 cars coming in. Also Eli Singh in the 13 car. We've got JT Tammy staying out. So he's going to go for that extra lap. That should put him in good stead for that 45-minute mark. As well as a couple of the other cars are still out on the track for the LMP2. So we may get a mixed bag out of this. As we're watching here with SimHQ working their way through, has not stopped yet. Coming in through turn 1, got some lap traffic in front. But yeah, I completely agree. The LMDH cars have always kind of ran longer at every other race. So it kind of, when they came in early, it kind of shocked me. But once again, I've seen the reverse, run the race backwards. So if you expect there's going to be a late race, pit stop that's not going to be full fuel, go ahead and do that at the beginning, and then just kind of work your race from there. That way the rest of your stops are all full service, and you get to the end and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, and sometimes the teams will be taking into account sort of the weather, the conditions, whether it's going to get colder or warmer. I mean, if it's getting colder later on in the race, that's when you maybe want to like a longer stint. Whereas if it's warmer at the start, then you maybe want to get it over and done with. I don't think the track conditions are too bad right now. You can see there 73 degrees Fahrenheit, so not too far above the sort of the minimum in iRacing, which is about 66, 65 Fahrenheit. I'm seeing no rain on the forecast. I'm sure you've already said that before. But yeah, no rain for today, which at least in the small sample size I have of this circuit. I mean, I've run events around this circuit, and it is quite a wet race. This, at least according to the iRacing forecast. I think out of the 3 or 4 races with broadcast, I think 2 of them have been fully wet. And even one of them, I think, started raining like 5 minutes after the race ended. So the drivers are lucky. They should be grateful that they are avoiding the rain. If the admins are doing the random weather generator, I don't know if maybe they set it deliberately. But yeah, no rain for today. SimHQ Motorsports White in LMP2 are into the pits, where we're running on board with Hyperion Racing. And this is the battle for the podium with Zane Khan, EJ Bird up ahead, and Bryce Rodriguez as well. But still, this top 4 separated by just 5 seconds, and Heiberger might be thinking of saving fuel. If there's no fuel limit in these GC3 cars, and I guess you've probably seen this in the past, Charles, will the drivers, you think, maybe try to do just a 2-stop, try to go to the hour and try to get away with a 2-stop, or do you think that's pushing it too far and they'll settle for a 3?
I think in every race we've had, I think that most of the GT3s have tried to get to that 1 hour limit. They've tried to do some fuel saving during the course of their run to get to that 1 hour, so they don't have that stop at the end. And it has been a couple of drivers. We had a couple of drivers that were pushing, trying to push to that, just came up a lap or so short, have to come in the last 2 laps of the race to make that little splash and dash, and it's cost podiums. So I think, yeah, everybody's got that in their head that they want to try and get to that 1 hour. I think there's no real fuel restriction here, so they can run, and try and get there pretty successfully. I've seen, cars make it a lap or 2 beyond that. So it is absolutely possible to do in the GT3 cars. But there's obviously math and work involved in getting all that to work. Oh, as we see the 14 car off again, PCA Sim Racing.
Ooh, that's quite a bad hit, isn't it? It'll be into the tyres, so it's not going to be quite as bad as if it was into the Armco. iRacing will be a bit more gentle on that one. But yeah, that's a big crash he's had at 130R. Did he hit the outside? No, he lost it mid-corner. I think that's a very common Porsche thing. I'm not too familiar when it comes to driving these cars, but certainly David Sampson does a lot of... and then he spun again. That's probably not because of the damage, honestly. I think that's probably because of the overheated tyres after the slide before.
Yeah, well, the heated tires plus the curb. Yeah, that's the second Porsche we've seen with the good old Porsche liftoff oversteer issue, which catches out those cars periodically, and 130R is the prime suspect for this track for that to occur. And I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet in the Degnar section as he's coming through that now. But yeah, 130R is, for those high speed corners where you have to do a little bit of lifting. It's very much like, I would say, Blanchimont at Spa, where you'll see the rear end of that Porsche get very, very light as they kind of lift off just a little bit, let the car breathe, and then the next thing you know, you're backwards headed into the wall. So yeah, that's, like I said, it's the second time we've seen it early on in this race, and probably won't be the last. It just that's the downside to the Porsche. As nimble as it is, that's the one kind of deficit that it carries.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at our top runners in the GT3s, we've got a McLaren, we've got an Acura, and we've got a Ferrari on the overall podium, and then we've got a Ford leading the AMPs. So it is pretty mixed, and even a Mercedes is third in the AMPs. So really good that there's a decent mix of cars out here. And here is the Longhorn Racing Carbon car, leading by 7.6 seconds. They are 9th out of the overall GT3s. And Mark Johnson a little bit by himself, actually. He's 14 seconds behind the next pro ahead, but they're 7 seconds ahead of the next pro behind, and then it comes to second place amateur of Matt Kingsbury for Penguin RC, as that is a move for Michael Hickman past Matt Quinn, and that is for, well, that's actually not for position in class, but that's an amateur GT3 passing a pro GT3.
Yeah, and that's the pro that we just talked about earlier with the spin, PCA Sim Racing in that Porsche, as we see more prototypes working their way through. And this seems to be what has kind of split that GT3 pack. The lap times were really tight for qualifying, but the prototypes working their way through has really kind of spread the GT cars, as you could just see, taking that Fendi Racing car, the Punk Crew car, all the way out of the track as he was working his way to the inside at Degnar 2, which, it's probably happened before. That's just the first time I've noticed it, or we've seen it on camera. But yeah, that's Degnar 1 and 2 just seems like that's going to be the place where most of the accidents are going to happen, especially in those multi-class battles. Those are such tight corners, and they're very, very precise on your entry and exits, that any battles inside, if you're in a GT3 car, you got to be thinking, I think I just need to lift and let this car get through before I try it. If I lose a spot, I'll try and make it back up. but you don't want to go fighting through those corners.
No, and I think as well that time around that we went through there, you can see the amount of gravel as well on the outside, particularly of the second Degner, and with the new dynamic track from iRacing over this season for the first time, there is so much more gravel that comes onto the circuit, and that will just amass and will take away a little bit of a grip as the GTP sides through the middle of a couple of the GTDs. Have to have some heads-up awareness when it comes to drivers coming out of the pits. The drivers coming out of the pits, they're usually quite aware, because you always have the flashing lights on the traffic light system telling you that another car is coming. But yeah, you've got to keep an eye on your relatives to know who's going to be coming out in front of you. So yeah, that's Matthew Rice-Vergoen, only just ahead of Tectonic and CMS Racing Titanium rounds out that trio. As we're now 53 minutes into the race, just coming up to that.
Yeah, and while we've got the Goin Racing Sapphire car on the screen there, we'll talk about its primary sponsor, Masterworks. Champion Motorsports is thrilled to rev its engines alongside Masterworks LLP, a visionary creative powerhouse, as a new sponsor for the iRacing Team Endurance Series. Masterworks isn't just about crafting captivating films and videos, they're storytellers who ignite emotions. Their artistry and cutting-edge tech fuels immersive experiences that resonate with audiences worldwide. As a champion of pushing boundaries, Masterworks recognizes the electrifying world of esports and its passionate communities. Their partnership with Champion Motorsports for the 2025 iRTES season promises to be a high-octane collaboration. To mark its inclusion as a series sponsor, Masterworks will be awarding 3 limited edition 1/18th scale diecast models for the driver in each class who completes a total number of fair share laps run over the course of the season, in each class with the least number of incidence points. While winning is the ultimate goal, Masterworks admires Champion Motorsports' long-time standing commitment to fair play and good sportsmanship. In this dedication to clean competition, it makes these special awards even more meaningful. So we thank Masterworks for their sponsorship for this series. And as we see Goin Racing Sapphire coming into the pits for their first stop at the 54-minute mark. So looks like there's a few of these GT3 cars who are not going to be able to make it. They're going to have to come in for that splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, this is a little bit early for a few of them, as Zane Khan, maybe they have... Oh, actually, this is for second place, apologies, because Zane was struggling to hold on to third, wasn't he? But this is now alongside, maybe apologies, maybe the car in front of them pitted. But either way, this is the battle for second right now, and Ed Bird is 3 seconds ahead, and they are coming very close, maybe trying to just give a little bit of a side draft as well. But Zane Khan is ahead for ARC Esports Pro. Now, to any of these guys come into the pits like some of their rivals in the GTDs pitted just a lap ago. Hyperion Racing maybe cuts into the inside here. No, they do stay out, so they are going to be looking for the 1 hour mark. But Bear Paper Workers Union do come into the pits.
Yep, and that's EJ Bird, and he came in from the overall race lead as Hyperion. That was, I'm going to shout out Derek Heiberger, because that had the earmarks of them trying to go through 130R side by side, as they had basically done all spoon curve in the backstretch side by side. And he thought, you know what, this is probably not the best idea in the world. So he very, very wisely backs out and allows ARC to take that position and says, we'll fight about this later, but that's not the place I want to do the fighting. So a very, very smart strategic decision by Heiberger there.
Yeah, it's still early on in the race, and like I'm sure these guys have been thinking about the fuel element of it, but yeah, even if you're not trying to maybe necessarily save like is that going to be in the wall? I think that is going to be in the wall for the GTP, and a part of the car flies back onto the circuit as well. That was the Punkru Grey car, who maybe was put offline by trying to get underneath one of the GT3s, and it forced them wide through the first part. And yeah, here they go. So yeah, it took a lot of curb. Yeah, they just did not slow down enough, considering the lack of angle that they had into the first Degner.
Yeah, it was absolutely just, it's almost like the brakes just failed to work there, or he just felt like he couldn't go any harder on the brakes than he was already going. And it was a straight line drive through Degner 1 right into the wall before you got to Degner 2. So very tough tough way to get sent back to the pits there is he's going to have to tow, and it's going to make a bad day a little bit worse as they're going to be a couple of laps behind the lead pack, and so we just got to kind of ride it out and see if anybody else falls by the wayside before he's allowed to make up any positions, as we see the 26 car and the 44 car, 57-minute mark of the race. And this is, so Zane Kahn and Derek Heiberger into the pits. Also, Federico Faria, the 219 Sonic Racing Team car.
RD managed to continue, and the Penguin RC GT3 Pro managed to continue as well. But it's not many of them have been able to go the extra lap. This is a replay of Zane Kahn. Did he overshoot his pit box a little bit, and maybe that's going to lose him a bit of time? And
he did,
and that's probably going to lose him a couple of seconds. We'll see if all the drivers put in the same amount of fuel. Looks like Zane is going to be stationed for over 30 seconds, which is a bit longer than others, but if you're taking a full service, that is how long it's going to take. 36 seconds for both of them. Who is ahead? I think Hyperion have got back ahead then, so ARC Esports with Zane Kahn had to work hard to get that place before the pit stops, but overshooting the pit stop undoubtedly has cost them that place.
It absolutely has, and so they're going to come out right behind the Hyperion Racing McLaren. And they'll take their time getting their tires up to temp. Won't try and push anything, I don't think, as we do have a cool track today, as you mentioned earlier. So it's going to take them a few corners there to get some proper heat into those tires.
I feel like if this was an F1 broadcast, and I'm at threat of ranting about Formula 1, the season hasn't even started yet, but if it was a broadcast, then David Croft on the Sky commentary would be saying, well, you know, those clouds, they look pretty threatening, and you know, whilst our forecast people who actually know what they're talking about have given us a 0.1% chance of rain, you know, we should be watching this a little bit. But we can verify that on the iRacing radar, which is very accurate, there's a 0% chance of rain. So anyone who's just tuning in and looking at the overcast weather thinking, you know what, could be a bit of rain in sight. No. This is going to be a dry race throughout.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a dry race throughout. I think you're absolutely right. And I will say this, that I've had, obviously we're just more than commentators. I think you and I both will get out and dabble in a car a little bit. I think you've been playing with the Porsche Cup car here recently, if I remember correctly. So iRacing's rain is, I was going to give them backhanded compliment. It's about the same as, they're about as accurate as your normal local weatherman. Which is to say that they're right most of the time. So if it's at 0, I feel pretty confident that we're not going to have any rain. If it was at 4%, I would be concerned. So so
I think when it comes to iRacing, 0 means 0. If it
right.
0.1 means that there's a chance, but 0 means 0. But I'd love to be proven wrong.
So as we're on board here with German Pit Bulls in P3, obviously we've got some topsy-turvy in the GTP field a little bit. We had a couple of cars that have had some disastrous results on the track, but they're having a pretty good run. They're just ahead of virtual drivers by Thrustmaster on their 3-race win streak. Not having the best of runs today so far. They're only in 4th. They're about 28 seconds behind the overall race leader. So you don't count these guys out because there's a reason they've won 3 races in a row. As a unit, they're quite quick. So it's just going to be how much are they pushing now versus how much are they going to be pushing later. And so far, though, they've just managed to just kind of hang in there and run some laps off during the race. And as we see them making that move to the inside, and which becomes the outside, so no go. Now they've got a battle from behind with CRF. So nice 3-car battle there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as this race continues on, as they're working their way down into the hairpin.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Julian Retzi from another one of our shows that we broadcast on. Apex Racing TV, and he's a very, very solid driver. Got yeah, big enthusiast, I believe, of this GTP car. So yeah, cool to see him back out there. And yeah, this is a furious battle right now. What I will say is that Apalka was much faster than these guys on the last lap, 7/10 faster, albeit traffic plays so much of a part that it's difficult to exactly read too much into that. But already's going to have a run here. The drive spec is not very strong in these GTP cars, and it's not strong enough to get him alongside into 130R. But and he might be able to take advantage there. They go either side of the GTD, and can he pull this one off? He's going to be on the outside into Casio Triangle, clambers over the curb, and they'll continue to be alongside, heading on to the next lap. But Retty has got that one done, and that was a Hakkinen-Schumacher-esque maneuver over the slower car, and Retty is up into the top 3.
Fantastic pass by Retty there, and yeah, that's probably the highlight of the race thus far. So just as a hint to Samuli for our clips package, that was a heck of a pass on the outside. I'm sorry, I'm on the inside of 130R, which would be the outside of Casio, in the grass, splitting that GT3 car. But you could just see that's just bravery. It's really all it is you just have to be so brave and so confident in your car and your driving ability there that you can just keep the car in the grass around the GT3 and still maintain enough pace to make that move going through Casio Triangle. Fantastic job by Reddy there.
Yeah, of course, if it hadn't have worked and he'd taken out 3 drivers, we'd be saying, what an idiot for
exactly.
that. Like going on the grass at 180 miles an hour, an absurd thing to do, but when it works out, it is very satisfying. And yeah, like this isn't the easiest circuit to overtake on necessarily, and these aren't the most slipstreaming cars, so you have that conviction at times in order to get your way up the order. And you can see he's already started pulling away a little bit. So like you said earlier on, 3-race win streak for this team, whilst they are over half a minute behind the leaders right now, would not rule them out at maybe getting a 4th today.
Yeah, absolutely not. They've shown, like I said, they've shown pace the entire season. Obviously, missing the first event, then coming in and winning the next 3. They've got them up in the points. They're in, I believe, 3rd place, if I remember correctly, overall, and they're just a few points behind the overall championship leader. As we're on board here with Zane Kahn in the 26 Ferrari, still in that battle there, the Art Motorsports car in that battle with Hyperion Racing. Luke Wallace in the car has not given up at all. He's still on the tail of that Art Motorsports Ferrari, looking to see if he can work his way around. And they do have the Tectonic Racing car behind them, who has made this a 3-car battle. As we see the 3-car GT3 or LMDH battle work their way through this pack, which is now quickly becoming a 4th car. As I did see the P4 car of Michael Opalka, and then we've got there we go, the 944 car there of Hyperion Racing has joined the back of that fray. Has broke these GT3 cars up just a bit, but that Hyperion car is going to join that 3-car battle that we just witnessed working its way through, and they're going to make that a 4-car battle and make it even that much more interesting.
Yeah, this one does look very fun. There's also might be a move a little bit further back between RZ Sim Sport number 3 and Solpec Precision Racing. And Solpec are going to move past there, so that is them up into 8th. I don't think we mentioned earlier on, forgive me if you did mention it, Charles, but Bear Pope Workers Union actually took the lead over Solpec Precision Racing during that pit stop sequence, I believe. I think Solpec were leading beforehand, and now they're about a second ahead, so good work there in the GT3 Pros. They're still fairly close, and it was a short pit stop as well for Bear Pope Workers Union, so they might not hold that. Looks like EJ Bird is going for a shorter stint. But yeah, Bear Pope leading in the GT3 Pros rather than Solpec Precision 113 now at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good shout there. As we're back on here with the Solpec 111 car in that battle with RD Sim Sport. It's a battle for P8 in the GT3 Pro. We did see Christopher Kindler in the 101 car come into the pits. I believe that will be their second stop if we're looking at 32 to 34 minutes. So that feels about like it's the time for the second round of pit stops for the LMDH category. So it looks like they're going to be on the 30-minute pit cycle, it appears. So anything beyond 30 minutes is probably going to be a bonus for them. That means 5 stops, I believe. And the last one may be a little bit shorter, depending on how far they can carry it beyond that 30-minute mark.
As here comes, Solpek in with Pat Pelchat.
He's extended his gap out. It was over 20 seconds when he came into the pit, so having himself quite a run up there at the front.
Yeah, that is really good. I mean, I wonder. That's a. Oh no, sorry. I thought it was having a 4-second pit stop there, but it just paused for a moment on my screen. But yeah, it means that RD's in spot number 2. I wonder maybe if they took like a little bit less fuel, and maybe that's why they had a little bit more of a gap, because everyone else seemingly is going further. Apart from, to be fair, Team FFSR, who have come into the pits now. I think they were running in P4 beforehand, so the 99 will come in on pit road. You can see a couple of the GTDs as well. And now it looks like Solpek 110 are back out onto circuit with a 31-second pit stop, which I think is a full service. I think that's the most amount of fuel they could get into that car.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right based on the times, and I think that they're obviously not running a full fuel tank. So yeah, and we did see the Solpek 112 car in the pits, the Corvette, which seems a little early. So we got a couple of cars coming in. That can't be for the. It's not. That is both those cars, both Blake Reynolds in the 113 Corvette and Luke Fisher in the 383 Fendi car. Both in for their second stop of the race, so that feels like it's a little out of place. Maybe that's some pit strategy as well, knowing that they're going to have a splash at the end. They said we'll just take it now, so we'll see how that plays out as we're now on board with Penguin RC the 03 car, which is the pro car, working his way through, currently running in P11, not having as strong a run as it had the last couple of weeks. So just a little bit off the pace, a little bit today. Currently about a minute back from the overall class leader. So the Penguin car, at least for the pro car, is struggling a bit. Penguin AM car, currently in P2 in the AM class, 8.7 seconds back.
I am seeing 2 pit stops, however, for that 03 car.
That would make sense as to why. It was a very short stop, so maybe...
Yeah, maybe a fast repair, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's maybe a fast repair. They had to come in early and take that. Maybe just topped off with fuel at that point, took the fast repair, and went back out. So maybe if Suzuka can scroll back through, you might can find maybe an incident that occurred that they're required to come in and pit. If not, then we'll just think that something did happen as we'll continue on with the rest of the race. Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster have been in the pits, so they've given up their position temporarily as the pit cycle continues for the LDH class.
We've got a message in chat. Welcome to everyone, by the way, who's tuning in. Do let us know who you're supporting, or maybe if you're a driver watching along, let us know how your race is going. It's good to get any extra information we can get. Matt P mentioning how for the Echelon LMP2 car, they had an issue when it came to the driver swap. It allowed Matt into the car, but the car stopped refueling, and I couldn't get out even when they reset. It didn't seem to be able to get him out of the car. So did mention that it was his first issue with iRacing in 3 years, which is a good run.
Yep, absolutely.
And I'm sorry, Matt, that it's come to an end. You know, we do make fun of iRacing, and but like generally, that when it comes to the driver swap stuff, it's not simple stuff. And iRacing does an exceptional job at it. But yeah, that sounds like a weird one right there. So yeah, unlucky Matt for being able to continue on in this race, it seems like.
Yeah, that's a very tough, tough set of circumstances, and we do talk about the iRacing has a couple of bugs, but they're very few and far between. But you know, the ones that are out there are known. I think what you saw in the blip for the
Oh,
Solpec car, oh, as we see two wide through Degner 2, or Degner 1, I'm sorry, Zach Coonan, that's the Punk Crew Pink car. Nick Paquin, and I was saying, you said that you had a little flash there, and the flash was because Solpec changed drivers. David Aguado is now in the car. Pat Pelchat has jumped out. So that you do see that little flicker there in the timing and scoring when the drivers change. Kind of just the car disappears for a second on screen, and returns with the new driver in. And so that driver bug, I don't think I've heard of that before. To be fair, I've heard of issues with refueling and things like that, but never an issue not allowing a driver to get into a car. That's kind of a strange one.
I'm very grateful that I'm a bit of an old person when it comes to iRacing. I got on the service back in 2016, which I appreciate isn't super. I mean, our fantastic broadcaster today, Samuli Kumar, has been around since 2008 on the service, one of the OGs on the platform. And but even back in 2016, I lived through the days of the special events, and do let us know if anyone can relate to this in chat, of every special event not working, where it'd be a case of you'd work like, I don't know, 10, 20 hours practicing for a special event, and the servers just wouldn't work. And sometimes it would be a case of none of the servers work, sometimes it would be every other server works, but the server that you're trying to get into doesn't work, and there'd just be a million different issues. Sometimes you have random disconnects during the race where 20 people would be dropped out. And so basically, if I get into an endurance race and it works, I'm basically counting that as a victory right from the get-go. I'm like, 5 years ago, I wouldn't have got to the green flag. So I'll take this one. So yes, it's annoying when there are the occasional issues, but any of us who have been around for a while realize that at least they're a lot less common than they used to be.
Yeah, we talk about, I think iRacing gets a bad rap sometimes for some of the things that happen. And you're right, I've heard of that. I've heard of the situation you're talking about. I think I was even at 2019 when I first started.
Okay, yeah, that was towards the end of it. Yeah, where
yeah,
the server issues. Yeah.
right. I think that was at least still an issue there. But you look at say the Daytona 24, for instance, and you've got what 3,000 drivers logging into that server for a race. And that's each individual split. You may have 1,000 people in the split, or not. Sorry, I'm sorry, not that would be too much. So we'll say 300 or 400 people logging into to a race server for their split. And there are certain unnamed simulators that you can't even do that. Oh, there's an incident there. That's the 9-car CRF just pushing the Punk Crew Ferrari off the track.
And they lost a place to virtual drives by Dustmaster as well, in all that Ludovic Jurette in that car now, and they're trying to fight back, but Ludovic holds on. We've got a few more pit stops now in the GTPs. It's a little bit of a scattered field, I think, because of the different pit stops going on. 100 Force are coming into the pits now. I think Ludovic had his last pit stop fairly recently, so yeah, he's not going to have to come into the pits anytime soon, so that promotes them back up a place. But yeah, that will be good news for virtual drivers there, and good news for whoever the GTD car was who had to scatter, because yeah, that was ambitious from the CRF into Spoon Corner.
Yeah, absolutely, it was ambitious indeed. And I just want to see, it just kind of looked like there was a bit of a kind of ghosting, or those two cars, the CRF car and the I think he's definitely got some damage on the front of the car. So I'm not sure. It looked like he almost kind of melded in with that Ferrari. So I don't know how much damage he's got on the front, but the right front definitely looks like there's some damage, and that may be more than just aero. That may be some wheel or suspension damage there on the front of that car. I was just curious to see what the back of that Ferrari for Punk Crew looked like, because like I said, it looked like a pretty significant impact, even though it was kind of straight. It didn't spin the cars out, just kind of push Di Pasquale off the track.
Yeah, he's soaking up a decent pace. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on the back of it, does it? But
No.
it is a black rear to the car, so it's not exactly easy to see necessarily at first glance. But yeah, I mean, neither team went back to the pits, did they? But then, of course, if
No.
you're in the GTPs, you've got a short pit stop or short stint anyway. It means that you can escape doing an extra pit stop. Then you might well, run around for 10, 15 minutes with a car, which is 3 seconds off the pace, if it means you can do one less pit stop in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the right call, because we're already basically halfway through the stint, since we're basically looking at the half-hour mark, or just a little beyond that. We're a minute or an hour and 17 minutes into the race. Yeah, Di Pasquale is struggling a little bit there with the handling on that Ferrari coming out of Casio. So I don't know if that's just damage, or maybe just the Punk Crew white car just having a little bit of issues getting the car just around the track in general, as they're behind the Miranda Simsquad car. That is a battle for position, P8 in the AM class. Miranda Simsquad was running in the lead of this group before they had some issues on track, so that's dropped them down into a battle now for P8, but still hanging on there pretty well. And it's Jeff Fleischman from Miranda Simsquad in the car, running the pretty equal pace to the car behind Di Pasquale. Both those cars are running 204.3s per lap, so a little off the pace from the race lead for their class, but still continuing on. And just kind of, at this point, you're over a third of the way into the race, so you want to at least get, you want to at least keep the car rolling around the track. And as you see, Di Pasquale with the flash of the headlights, I don't know if that's a sign of anger or just trying to annoy the car in front. But you do want to at least finish the race, because there are going to be people that drop out. They're going to have issues later on as these battles for positions really start to get a little bit tighter, as he sees the Punk Crew white car moving to the inside, side by side, coming down the backstretch, going down into 130R. Are we going to go too wide, or attempt to go too wide through here? No, I think that was the Miranda M Squad car just kind of backing out, saying, I don't want to really try that right now. Probably the right thing to be doing. So gives up the position to Punk Crew white as the LMP2 works its way through.
And that's the Echelon Sim Sports LMP2, as Penguin RC GT3 Pro, who weren't having the best run of it, but were coming back into the race a bit, have pulled off to the side of the circuit. Christian Youngwall. Oh, well, he's already lost the back of the car, hasn't he? So,
that's an indicator of why he's a little bit off the pace.
Yeah. And he decides to take the little escape road and toes back. Good job there. And yeah, hopefully they've still got their faster pair free, albeit I think we were mentioning earlier on, didn't they have a 4-second pit stop, I think, this squad? And maybe that was them taking the faster pair earlier on. And this is how they got their damage. Too much curb on the first bit, and then he oh no, to be fair, this bit is fine. I thought he'd messed it up already. And actually, maybe he's alright. I imagine maybe an off chat came up in our event viewer, but maybe this wasn't where he got the contact from. It must have been another occasion.
Must have been. I did see the Penguin M car, I think, just directly in front of them as they were coming through the hairpin. So hopefully no team contact. That's not what you want to do during the course of these races, is hit one of your team cars. As we see on board here with EJ Bird still leading that GT3 Pro class, the 321 Acura. And is having himself quite a good race. I thought the Acuras might be pretty good here. They've seemed to be pretty strong since being added to the iRacing service, and it just seems like this is a track that probably suits this car.
Yeah, it looks like it's a good one for the Acura, and yeah, I've seen plenty of them around, which very much indicates that they are a very competitive option in the GT3 cars. But yeah, once again, we've still got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 in the pros, and then yeah, we've got 3 different in the top 3 in the AMs as well. So it's still pretty mixed, but yeah, but Bear Proof have done a good job at extending that gap because they were behind going into the first pit stop. Then they got ahead during that pit stop by taking less fuel, but they are a decent way ahead, 12 seconds ahead. Now, they did take 12 seconds less of fuel, so actually in that GT3 Pro lead, it's actually going to be very close between Bear Proof and Hyperion once all the pit stops are sorted out. And there is a chance, I guess, that Bear Proof are doing, well, we know Bear Proof are definitely doing a 3-stop.
Yep.
There's a chance that maybe Hyperion are trying to do the 2-stop, so maybe that's why Hyperion are dropping off. Maybe they're saving fuel and Bear Proof are just pushing to the max. I'm not quite sure. So, yeah, either way, it's cool to see some different strategies because yeah, I'm not quite sure what the strategy is here in the GT3s. I'm not sure if they're all doing a 3-stop or whether a few of them are trying to do the 2-stop because yeah, some had a shorter first stint or a shorter first pit stop, and some of them put in a full tank.
Yeah, and like I said, we've seen a couple of cars already come in for their second stop, take a short fuel, or either that or you know, in conjunction with a fast repair or maybe not. And we're on board with the Longhorn Racing Carbon car, currently leading the GT3 AMs, getting overtaken there by the 113 Solpec, currently running P10 in the GT3 Pro. And this was one of the cars that took a quick stop already. So I think they've already had 2 stops. They have indeed. So they've already taken their second stop in the race. So that puts them on a bit of a different strategy than most of the other cars in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, they can easily get to the end with one more stop now, can't they? Yeah. Like they are going to have to make. But yeah, I think maybe they pit in the first few laps perhaps, and then were able to go further. So. Yeah, 1 extra pit stop for them so far, which was, I don't think, part of the plan, but yeah, that does at least make that 2-stop easy. Very close between iRTES Pro with Zane Khan once again. He's really been in the battles so far today, and he's still battling with Hyperion Racing. These 2 teams have really been stuck together from the start. They are catching up, I think, to Hyperion Racing 3. They lost time on that last lap, but overall they have been gaining a bit. And it's a pretty good exit for Hyperion Racing. They've got the GTP to deal with as well, and that might just give the lead car a little bit of a draft to bend off into turn 1, so not going to be any change. But yeah, Zane's under some stress right now. Top 4 on that last lap, by the way, in the GT3s, all within a 1/10.5 of each other. It's very, very nip and tuck.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I just saw that as they cross the start-finish line. So even though these cars are a bit of a gap between them, they're all pretty much running the same pace. And that's along with navigating traffic, as we see the 99 Team FFSR come through, their Porsche 963 working its way through the GT3 field yet again. This multi-class action has been fast and furious since about lap 6 of this race. And for the most part has gone along pretty well. See, like I said, a couple of issues here and there. But speaking of issues, there's the car around. That was the Art Motorsports car.
Ouch.
Contact, I believe, with Hyperion Racing or somebody else. I could not quite see if it was the class battle or if it was the RD SimSport car working its way through. You'll get a good replay here in just a moment. Oh no, it was the slow car of.
It was Solpec. It was the
Solpec?
112 Solpec Precision Racing 112 who were down in 12th place in the AMS. Who, yeah, they sort of came up a little bit. So I guess that car, I think the Solpec car was slow because of the GTP who was going underneath, wasn't it? And the GTP Pro just misjudged it, and that's going to be an early pit stop. I mean, yeah, that's really bad news for Zane Khan, who was hoping to get to the 2-hour mark, I think. And now they are definitely on a 3-stop.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, that was exactly right. It was that the LMDH car that was navigating its way through, kind of pushed that Solpec car off the racing line, off the track itself. And they're all through there. all made it. So yeah, that was contact not of their own doing. Unfortunate for the ARC Motorsports car, who's now going to have to come in, take his pit stop, take his fast repair. Definitely some damage on that car. You can see the rear end all bent out of shape. Like it might be crabbing a bit. So he's got to come in, get this car fixed. Just like that, all fresh and new. He's going to go ahead and take his tires and his fuel while he's there. It looks like a driver change as well. Is Lawrence Shelevish getting into the car to do his stint in the race.
I mean, I'm glad that Lawrence was around, because he would have probably been maybe doing getting some food or going to the bathroom or something, thinking, oh, I can put my feet up for the next half an hour, and then all of a sudden his teammate has had an issue. And I guess now, if they're going to do a full stint coming up, they can't afford to keep the original driver in the car, otherwise they could do potentially up to 2.5 hours. And I'm not exactly, I think it's iRacing driver share rules, but you're going to need to do a bit more than half an hour, I think, in order to stay within the regulations. So yeah, good that he was on hand to get in that car and probably drive it to the end of the race now.
Absolutely, as we see Lewis Clark coming in, Punker Blue car, making his stop. This feels like it is the second stop for the LMP2 class here around the 1.5 hour mark. He's just short of that 1.5 hours, so it's going to be some fuel saving done later in the race, but we're going to have to take that little quick splash and dash at the end.
And that was a change right there between, I think, got the gold. Oh, that was close.
Yep,
the Punk Gold car, yeah, got ahead of the Proto T-Po car. It almost looked like the Bear Pit car was like lifting and coasting, like they were so slow going into Castillo Triangle. Maybe if anything, seeing a bit of traffic ahead and wanting a clean run into the pits, I'm not quite sure. And the 333 is not taking tyres. Now, I guess the tyre wear isn't that bad in these LMP2s. Maybe they're going for a short pit stop. But yeah, they're not taking tyres, which I feel like we've seen all the other LMP2s taking tyres.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. So that's some interesting change there that they decided not to take tires. I don't think there are any tire restrictions in this race. To go verify that, but Irving,
yeah, I can look in the sim because I was smart and sorry, the tire set limit in the race is 3. They can only use 3 sets of tires. So I guess if you're doing, how many stops are those guys doing? They're doing 1, 2, 3 stops, but 4 stints. So yeah, you've got to do 1 stint with, or you got to do 2 stints with 1 tire set, I guess. So that's what they're going to do. So it would make sense now that they're going to lose a bit of time over the next 45 minutes or so, but at least they'll have a fresh set of tires to put on at their last pit stop.
Yep, absolutely. And that's another part of the strategy that plays out is those tire limits that you're going to have to take. At least you're going to have to extend the length of one of those tire sets beyond a normal fuel stint. So they said, you know what, we'll go ahead and do that now. That way we got a fresh set at the end of the race. We can run our best pace there toward the end. So yeah, good strategy involved in that. As we are now at the 1.5 hour mark. We're halfway through this 3-hour race. And so JT Tammy in the 24 LMP2, Darren Mowbray in the 17, the pneumatic and the Sim HQ cars have yet to stop. And it looks like JT Tammy is going around again. So they look like they're on a good pace for being able to avoid the little short stop at the end. So going past the 1.5 hour mark, so that puts him in a really good spot for this race as far as the strategy goes, and it's going to save them a considerable amount of seconds toward the end of the race. So great job by those two teams.
Yeah, very, very good work. Nick McLaughlin, by the way, for Solpec Precision, getting out of the car, and David Mendoca coming into the pits instead, or coming into the car, sorry, instead. And they are taking tasks. That will be their second pit stop. I think they were running in, 5th or 6th, I believe, in the GTD Pros, or the GT3 Pros before that. Here comes Echelon Simsport LMP2, who I said earlier on might be in a crisis, but it seems like whilst one of their drivers couldn't get out of the car, they managed to eventually get them out. And they're not too far back. I think they're about a lap off the lead. So, or once they've completed this pit stop, they'll be about a lap off the lead. So Echelon actually not doing too bad. They are going to be near the back, but still very much in the race to maybe catch and pass a few cars before the end of the event.
Yeah, they will be in the back, but obviously them coming in past the hour-and-a-half mark, they will have to take that final little stop at the end. So they'll be able to make up some time as most of the field will have to come in or significantly fuel save to get to the end of the race. So they've still got a chance to pick up a few positions before the end of this, just as good fuel mileage strategy plays out for them, as we see the 321 car of EJ Bird coming into the pits. And this is a very early stop for the GT3s, as we're about halfway through their fuel run. They're coming in, taking tires.
Michael Hooper into the car.
Into the car, so driver change.
A driver who I'm very familiar with. Again, there's another series on the channel, which he has won the Pro-Am title in the GT3 cars. Very solid driver is Michael. He is racing at the moment on in the Aero GT3 trophy on a Thursday evening. He's not having a great season actually of it, is Michael. He's had a bit of misfortune. He's always sort of in the mix, very competitive series side. He tends to be around sort of the 10 to 20 position mark, which can be where incidents take place. But yeah, he's a quality driver. Is Michael much better than, he's only 3.5k, but he's much better than 3.5k. I think I'd honestly say he's sort of maybe in the low 5k range in terms of his pace. So yeah, watch out for him. They were in the lead anyway, so we will go and watch them anyway. But he is a quick driver, and of course one of the GT3s which is going for the 3-stop strategy. It should be a fun one. They're 45 seconds off the lead, and yeah, you should have some fun laps now, pushing all the way. Not quite sure what the tyre restrictions are for the GT3s. Do you know if it's 3 sets as well? Because we did see Michael taking some tyres on that occasion.
I do not. It's like, can't see anything on my screen. I have to basically do some looks here and see if we can come up with something. Otherwise, we'll just kind of continue on with the broadcast here as we do some background dive to see if we can get some information. And if anybody out there in the chat, in the YouTube chat, has an idea, then
yeah, because we know the LMP2s are definitely limited to 3 sets. I'm not quite sure where it is for the GTPs and GTDs, as that was a change. That was between Solpec Precision, who I remember have taken 1 extra pit stop in comparison to many of the other teams, and that was very simple on Lunatic Racing. So that's a Pro passing an Abner, so not really for position.
Yep, as you mentioned earlier, the driver change. David Mendonca in the car now, working his way through Spoon.
Yeah, they got the GTP car coming up to them of Virtual Jazz by Thrustmaster, who recently have come into the pits once again. Ludovic Jouret still in that car. They just swoop on by. They're now over a minute behind. I guess that was all choreographed a bit. I don't know, I feel like they've lost a few places, haven't they? And that's not because of any strategy or anything. So I'm not quite sure what happens to that team. It wasn't a long pit stop, and I'm not seeing them taking extra pit stops. So I'm not entirely sure if I've missed something there.
I think you may have, and this is purely conjecture on my part, but I see them with 2 stops, which is what we expected, right? 2 stops already in the race. His last pit lane time was 21.7. So that, to me, that indicates that maybe he had a drive-through of some type, drive-through penalty.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Either incidents or either incident responsibility for something that happened during the course of the race. So that would be why, as they've made a drive-through run through pit lane, and that obviously is costing you, even though it's 21 seconds, it's literally probably 15 seconds of lost time on track, just from the fact that you are at some pace as you're working your way down pit lane. So that's going to be where the time difference has come from. And so there they got got a little bit of work to do, get back up to that battle that they were in with Michael Opalka and CRF, 100 Force, and then Team FFSR, and Chris Kindler in the 101 car. So yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge, but obviously we've talked about the fact they've won the last 3 races, so obviously got really good pace in that car with both their drivers, and but that's obviously putting them on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, if they win today, I would be really impressed because they got a lot of time to gain and a lot of overtakes to make. Back into the lead, by the way, in the LMP2s are Punk Crew Blue. Behind them, Bear Paper barely ahead of the Team FFSR in the LMP2s. Just looking at their last pit stops, I think Bear Pope... Okay, so Bear Pope only just pitted, so they pitted on that last lap. Team FFSR pitted 5 laps ago. So, looking to the inside. That is ambitious, and I think he's going to pull that one off. That was a Kamui Kobayashi style overtake right there. You would have been very pleased of that one with the Japanese driver. And Bear Pope. I don't think maybe they did pit on the last. No, they didn't. We saw them come into the pits, didn't we, a few laps ago? I guess Ludovic is just absolutely flying right now, right? He's just really caught up, and has overtaken. So on a slightly different strategy, he's going to struggle to get to the end of the race with one more stop, is Ludovic, but he's got a lot of pace, no denying that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they did not have they started in the back because they didn't have a great qualifying, but he's up 8 positions since the start of the race. So he's basically passed everybody except for the overall leader, who has a 20-second gap. So he's obviously got the wick turned up to max, and he's running just hot laps as much as he can do while still navigating traffic. I think I did see them come up with incident responsibility earlier, but obviously I don't think it was anything that cost them any bit of time, as they were fighting very hard.
Team FFSR had a drive through, so I think that's what cost them.
Yep, there we go. So that's
I'm not sure if they've necessarily served it yet. So we'll see.
That was the Moranis M Squad car. Major damage on the front of that car, as well as some on the rear itself, and pointing in the wrong direction as that Team FFSR LMP2 came barreling through Dunlop.
All of a sudden, the drive-through seems really insignificant. We were thinking, they might have a drive-through, might out. At least they're in the race. I mean, after that, they could have easily not been in the race. I mean, puts things into perspective, right? Because this car could have gone anywhere. Was there a tap from the Ferrari behind? No, loses it late on, probably on throttle application. And the drivers behind did a really good job. And I think Jeff as well did get on the brakes to stop the car sliding further, which a lot of drivers would have let off the throttle let off the brakes thinking, okay, like I'm going to run off the circuit anyway. Yeah. Exactly, but like the best situation always is to keep the car stationary, because it gives the drivers behind the best chance at knowing where you're going to be when they approach you. And good job there from Jeff, and that's a miracle that we don't have more than one car with damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. Great job by everybody of navigating around that Ford Mustang, and great job by Jeff to just lock the brakes down and stop the car. It gives everybody a chance to find an alternate line through that corner without having to worry about if that car is going to move anymore. So I think great job by everybody concerned there, as he is going to stay out on the track. So obviously he's thinking that Big Coyote V8 that's in front of that Ford Mustang is going to be able to overpower any aero deficiencies that car has, other than the fact that it's the size of a small tank. He's going to continue on, try and get that last 20 minutes or so of track time before he comes in for his for what looks to be their final stop, or their final full fuel stop before that little sprint at the end.
Yeah, that car's almost getting to the point. I don't know if you remember, Charles, but the old BMW Z4 used to have like an indent on the front of the car, like it used to like cave in. It was like convex,
Yeah.
where like you hit a wall and then you'd have like a triangle in the car where it'd be like indented in the middle. And that car's almost getting to that point because, like you said, it's already not very aerodynamic. Instead of
Right.
just being like a slab of metal and just being totally flat. And yeah, it almost does look like it's like slightly squished in, but maybe avoiding quite the of the BMW. We had a couple of drivers in the GTPs come into the pits, by the way. Team FFSR and FFSR. I think I'm saying that right. German pit bulls. Yeah, I'm concerned that I'm pronouncing the F3 times in that. That I'm getting carried away. German pit bulls racing hotel also, and then Julian Kramer is now getting into that car.
Yep. So as we are on with our next pit cycle here for the LMDH class, some drivers being changed out. I did see Camden Craft in that 944. Looks like he's getting in the car for a stint. As we're on board here with David Aguado, who just jumped in the car this previous stint, has managed to expand that gap back to RD Sim Sports, 22 seconds. So Solpeck doing a great job as he comes up on the back of their Team 113 Corvette, working his way through. Not going to take any chances with that, and he's going to come into the pits now. So leader into the pits for his stop. I'm assuming he's going to stay in just from the fact that Pelchat took the first two stints of the race, and my guess is this is in for tires and fuel and or tires. We'll see if the car goes up on the jacks. I do not see it going up on the jacks, so it looks like a fuel only stop. So they're going to double stint these tires.
Yeah, which indicates that they're limited as well. There goes Peter Sikdar for RD Simsport, a Reliant team when it comes to this series. Been around for a long time in this series. I think they've taken part pretty much every season. And I think Peter as well is one of the regulars. And yeah, he'll try to sprint away. Can the 110 come out in second place? Yes, they do. Of course, I guess that doesn't matter too much because they've got one less pit stop to make. Like, you know, RD pitted 18 laps ago, so they are, or 19 laps ago even, so they are going to have to come in soon. But yeah, Solpeck remain in second place for now. It's going to be a good result, by the way, for the 110 because going into this round, they were only 10th place in the championship, 21 points off the lead. Got 2 more rounds of this championship to go. Well, 1 more round after this one. This is the penultimate round of the championship, so probably out of championship contention. But yeah, good improvement for the 110 if they are going to take a race win like it looks like they are going to at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're having a really good run, and so yeah, good result here will help the team morale, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, all of our championships look pretty tasty. Maybe the LMP2s with Punkru Blue, because who are currently leading anyway. They came into the round with a 15-point advantage. So yeah, Punkru Blue will probably further extend that one, and we'll pretty much have one hand on the title after this. In the GTDs though, or the GT3s, apologies, I think I'm getting that wrong. It is pretty close between Sonic and Solpeck and Penguin RC and even Bear Pope Workers Union. So watch out for that one. If it ended like this, I don't think the standings would change. Sonic would extend their championship lead. It was 1 point going into this round over Solpeck, and currently they're 1 position ahead of Solpeck, so I guess that gap would go up to 2 or 3 points if it ended like this. Penguin RC were the other considerations for that, but they're not having a good time of it particularly, so they're probably not going to feature too much. So yeah, good news for Sonic right now with that 3rd place. It's not a lead, but it would be good for that championship bid.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with the 2 Hyperion cars leading. They did finish 1-2 in the last race, but they're in the standings down in 6th and 7th, so they will make up quite a bit of spots, but it'll help Sonic being ahead of everybody else that they're battling to get a little more breathing room. as we're on board here with Hyperion Racing. Alex Rogers in that 104 car in the McLaren, having himself quite a good run. Again, a gap of 11 seconds over his team car, the Hyperion Racing 44. So having themselves quite a good round this time. We've got so Longhorn Racing running down, still leading that GT3 AM class over Penguin RC AM car, 14-second gap over the Penguin car, who is still being trailed by Go-Win Racing Ruby in third in that Mercedes, 2 seconds back. So still pretty good battles in amongst, as we've seen this before, where we've had these big gaps as Mark Johnson comes into the pits at the 1 hour and 47-minute mark. So interesting strategy here coming into the pits for their second stop of the race. It's a very bumpy pit road there. You see a car kind of bouncing all over the place. So this is a bit early.
Yeah, they definitely can't get to the end, can they? With this amount, so they're on a 3-stop, but I guess they're just going to do 2 evenly matched stints, or
yeah,
oh, no, they're going to put enough. Yeah, I mean half and half would make sense, but they are going to put in a full tank, it looks like. So they're going to get to probably 2 hours 40 into the race, and then take a 20-minute splash at the end, which I guess means that they won't have to change tyres at that last stop, and means that like they it won't be too much stress on that extra setup on that set of tyres. Like it will only be an extra 20 minutes. But yeah, that's a different type of 3-stop to what we saw earlier on from Bear Pipe Workers Union, who of course had taken two stops already, but pitted on the hour and a half mark and tried to sort of make it, well, maybe 1 longer stint, but then 3 fairly short stints. This team are going 3 full stints and then 1 very short stint at the end of the race. Not sure what the best way to do it is. Of course, it depends on the tyres and even the conditions, and when it comes to driver times as well. But that's the strat that Longhorn have gone for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, there's going to be different strategies play out during the course of this race. We've seen it over the last couple of races where the fuel strategies played out for some and not for others. So, even though these gaps are what they are, it seems like when we get to that last half hour of the race, everything just kind of goes out the window, and all kind of things happen that changes up our final finishing order. So it's one of these that you just don't want to leave saying, this team's going to win, because that's rarely what happens during the course of these races. So Sam, I hate to do this on the air, but I need to take a pit stop myself, so I'm going to be back in just a few minutes. So just excuse me, and I'll let you have it for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back.
Sure, that is no problem. So we're watching Matt Kingsbury, leader of the GT3 AMS. We didn't mention actually earlier on the standings in the GT3 AMS going into this round, but Go-Win Racing Ruby have dominated really this season. They're 18 points ahead in the championship, ahead of Fendi Racing, and so really, with going up in second place at the moment, I think that might turn into third. I think with the pit stops going on, that might shift that back down to third. Well, it might be a race win. They're only 1.8 seconds off the lead, so it really could be any spot on the podium. But when it comes to championship context, which a lot of these teams are focusing on, it doesn't really matter too much for Go-Win, as long as they just finish these final 2 rounds of the season. They should be all looking good on that front. So they round Degner 2, and also got an LMP2 behind and a GTP. Could be costly for the GTP, which of course is so much faster around this part of the circuit through the corners. And there was a little bit of a hold up right there. Can they find any way through here? Is the LMP2 going to block the circuit with the GTD? They do block the circuit. And yeah, a little bit more time is lost right there, but for Go-Win, it's all completely fine. Not really any battles going on, by the way, in the GTDs or the LMP2s right now. This is the closest battle on track because it's Go-Win only just ahead of Shelovish, who is a pro driver, and then they got Mendonca as well behind. So this is a 3-car battle. Now, the car behind, the ARC Esports Pro car of Shelevish, they have taken 2 pit stops, so they're on a different pit sequence, and you would expect this car to end up ahead of the Goen Racing Ruby car, whether they pass on track or not, because they're going to have a much shorter final stop. But when it comes to making their pace work, I think they're going to need to make this move pretty quick at ARC Esports. But with a 3/10 deficit across the line, I'm going to force anything into the first corner. Such a tricky circuit this is to overtake. Maybe it's got a few characteristics similar to Barcelona, where yes, you've got long straights, but at the end of those long straights, you haven't got many big breaking points. So really an issue that Barcelona suffers from that long pit straight, and yet there's almost very little overtaking around that track. And this place sort of suffers the same, the 2 long straights, succeeded by 130R and first curve, which don't require much braking in the slightest, so still no opportunity for ARC Esports. And you can see that Solpec precision racing car, and that's for position as well, getting closer and closer behind. And actually, that Solpec car and the ARC Esports car are on the same strategy, so that battle really matters. And here comes the move then, into the hairpin. We've seen a couple of ambitious moves there, but that one seemed very, very controlled. And Goen, I think, realising that he wasn't in that fight, there's almost a bit of contact. And of course, we always have our hearts jump out of our mouths when it comes to incidents like that, because of the glue on iRacing, where just a little bit of contact like that can stick the cars together and result in one or both ending up in the wall. But fortunately on that occasion we avoided it, and Solpec Precision Racing get past Goen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great battling there in the GT3 class. It's always fun to kind of watch those the AMs and the pros get together, because some of these AM cars are quite quick, and they can get in there and battle with that mid pack of the pros and match pace. So it always makes it kind of interesting, because they're not really battling for points with those cars, so they have to be very careful that the battles they have are very clean. You don't want to end up in an incident with another GT3 car of a different class and then ruin your race and lose all your points. So as we're on board here with Goen Racing Ruby, running P2 in the AM class, right behind that Solpec 111 car, who's in the pro class. So you want to make sure that the battle is clean, but you don't want a potentially slower car, holding up your progress as you're trying to build a lead, or in this case, trying to catch a car that's in front of you, as they are trying to do with the Penguin RC AM car.
Yeah, that can be crucial. Seconds lost across the race, so yeah, really important that they pulled that one off. Here comes a little bit of a vicious move there from the virtual drivers by T3 right there. Virtual drivers by Dustmaster, apologies. They're in 7th at the moment. We've seen them come through the traffic a couple of times. Got a very distinctive livery, of course, with the green, as here comes Hyperion into the pit. So this is a little bit early for Hyperion, because they've got to do now an hour and 5 on their final stop, but I guess that's what they're going to do. But yeah, that's asking quite a tall order for Derek, who hasn't driven at all so far in this race, I believe, and now has the sort of the burden of being the one who's got to save the fuel.
Yeah, he's going to have to come out, and either they're going to save the fuel. I think with five extra minutes, it's hard enough to get to that hour mark in these cars anyway. So I think with an extra 5 minutes of that, it's probably just drive as hard as you can go. Know that you're going to have to come back in and take a splash, and it's going to cost you 20 seconds on the track, or some number like that. Is just okay. How much time can I make up over the course of this stint, while others may be fuel saving? I can just run flat out. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, these races change dramatically in the last 30 minutes as the battles get closer and they get harder, and every second is trying to be accounted for. You don't want to leave anything up to chance. You want to push through, and if that means you're going to have to make an overtake on maybe a slower class car that's a little bit dicey, a little bit sketchy, that you're going to be a little more aggressive in order to make it work, that's what you're going to do. You have less thought about that, as we're back here with Hyperion Racing P3 just ahead of the RD SimSport car.
Yeah, they just got past that
Yep.
RZ SimSport car. I don't think there was much of a defense put up by Chris Young because of the fuel, the strategy difference. Tectonic, I think, have just made a mistake as well. Bad news for Tectonic because they were looking good because they're on the alternate, they're on the 3-stop as well, but they've just lost a bunch of time. That car looks not clean.
No, it's not clean.
They've damaged the front. So
Yeah.
I think he's gone straight on at Degner 2, hit the wall, and this is bad news for them. Now, they did have one extra pit stop to make anyway, so as long as they can go for another 5 minutes or so, they can come into the pits. But yeah, here it is, and we have seen instance around this part of the circuit already. Oh, he gets a little bit wide. No, he's all right there. Oh, it's on the exit, is it? Yeah,
Yep.
just... I'm not exactly sure if it's the AstroTurf or whether it's the ridge on the curb itself, but yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I will say definitively that I've done that many times in many different types of cars. It's just there's some grip out there out in that AstroTurf on the exit of Degnar 2, but it's not always there for you all the time. It seems like you just basically have to get the wheel straight before you try and apply the power. If there's any kind of major turn in your wheels, the car just loops around and you go straight across the track into that barrier. I've done it in GT cars and Formula 3s and various sundry other things, and it's the same every time. It seems like just straight across the track into the wall and then race done.
Yeah, and the first part of Spoon as well is very similar to that, I think, where the curb on the outside is very dangerous. It's not quite as bad as it used to be, I think, but it's still pretty dangerous there. But yeah, I think we hosted another race as well on the channel recently, which was in one of the many wet races that were covered around this circuit, and yeah, there were loads of instances from some very good drivers around this very corner. That Matt Kingsbury is coming through right now, and he's barely ahead of the ARC-E Motorsports Pro car and the Solpec Precision car as well, who of course got past the Goen Racing Ruby car, that amateur car, a few laps ago, and now they caught up to the leader of the amateurs, Matt Kingsbury, who was on a different strategy. So I think if they get alongside Kingsbury, who's the leader of this trio, he won't fight it too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just we're still got an hour of racing left. And I'm looking now and seeing we've got Faria in the 219 car. It's in the pits now, Sonic Racing Team.
Oh, into the wall. What's that into the wall? I don't know. I don't know what I just saw, Charles. But I saw the car dancing across. I exclaimed. I saw some bodywork flying up. Looked like he hit the wall, but I think that was maybe just on my side. I guess he avoided it, but that is the leader. Have they had to come into the pits? No, they're continuing on, so I guess he didn't hit the wall, but yeah, on my screen, it made it look like he did.
I saw the same thing. I'm going to be with you, so we're going to get the replay here as this Solpec Racing car works its way around this GT3 pack to the right, and then, yeah, it looks like it's gone, and then here it comes back, so maybe that's a little bit of an iRacing desync issue there. So it thought that it might have. I guess that's basically the iRacing netcode version of what happens if you if you come too close to the wall too quickly. So it looks like that the car is okay. Obviously, it looks like it's still got the pace. Obviously, we won't know until we see it, I guess. In comparison to what it was running previously in some of the other cars in class. But the car at least looks okay, so as long as it's looking okay, then maybe it is okay. So we just have to kind of look at their race timings and find out.
Yeah, that I've never seen that before, and it really does demonstrate the nimbleness of these GTP cars, that the sim can be fooled into thinking that a car is going so violently left. That's of course they'll hit the wall. iRacing always predicting where the car's going to be in a tenth or two, and yeah, the car is so nimble and so quick when it comes to changing direction. That could swing to the right and fool the sim into thinking that. So yeah, that was incredible, but good driving in the end, I guess, from David. considering he's 20 seconds in the lead, maybe a bit unnecessary, but he made it work, and he got through all those cars very quickly. We're going to have a battle here for second place in the LMP2s. We saw these guys change place earlier on, didn't we? We saw the Punkru Gold car get ahead of their prototypo right before their second pit stop, I think. And they have swapped around since. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, you know what? Their last pit stops were like way different. So the Punkru Gold car took like 53 seconds of fuel, which seems like a lot. That seems like an awful lot for the LMP2s. And the Bear Prototypo took 35 seconds worth of fuel, which seems maybe a little bit less. That's maybe just short of a full tank, so I'm not entirely sure what was going on at the last pit stops. Maybe the pneumatic motorsport car, or maybe maybe one of the cars took too much fuel or something, or took repairs. But they're going to be alongside now.
Yeah, I'm thinking there might have been some repair time. It was definitely stopped longer than what it would take to do a full fuel stop, and it's not enough that I would speculate that it's that it was like maybe a pit entry speeding penalty, which is 25 seconds. So it just looks like that maybe they had to take a little bit of a a damage repair, maybe 10 or 12 seconds, in order to clean up some things.
Now. So they've done remarkably well considering, because it must have been, what, 17 seconds behind, I think, after that. At least they came into the pits alongside, and they lost that much time. But they are now ahead, and they can go further in this stint, so good overtake there. They're 27 seconds off their teammate, from their teammates. So I doubt that they're going to make up that gap. But second place is looking good for them, as Peter Moller for Solpec Precision Racing 112 is into the gravel. That's not the one that's going for the title. That's the 113, which is going for the title in the GT3 Pros. And this is how it happened. And is the other car going to turn in?
Ooh.
I'm not even sure whose fault that is. Does he hit the wall? No. Just about. The gravel saved him.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks to iRacing for making the gravel do its job. It was. It kind of looked like, we saw this a little bit earlier involving a prototype and a GT car, where that car on the inside of the kink there before the hairpin just kind of flares out off the apex a little bit. Maybe is carrying too much speed, can't hold it down to the apex properly, or gets on that curb and maybe kicks the car out toward the middle of the track, and you see the contact with the car on the left side of the track. It looks very similar there, but great job by Peter Moller to just kind of hold on to it. It managed to catch it in the gravel and get the car stopped before it hits the wall. But yeah, a little bit of contact there. It's in one of those little tricky spots in the track that you can most of the time run successfully, but every once in a while you'll get a little bit of contact there with another car, and you'll have to do some creative things to keep that car from ramming the wall, and that was a great job by Peter to do that.
Still, our GT3 Pro field is fairly mixed up. We've got some teams who have got a full tank to put in to get to the end of the race. We've got some teams who have got a half tank. Some teams don't need to pit at all. So when you look at those GT3 Pros, not necessarily totally reflective. As I say that, we have now got Solpec Precision 113 into the pits, who I think might be the last team who are on a 2-stop who were yet to come into the pits. Apart from Fendi Racing there in the AMS, they've still got to pit as well. So take the standings as they are at the moment with a grain of salt. I think we have got the live timing in the description below, or in the YouTube chat, which you can follow along. It's very useful for races like this when it comes to these different strategies. But I think come 15 minutes before the end of the race, we will have a good reflective order on our time and task. But before then, there's going to be plenty of strategy to play out. So don't take the results as they are at the moment at face value. What I would say though, in the GTPs and the LMP2s, it is a bit more reflexive. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of different strategies in those categories. Maybe it's just the GT3s who have got the differences.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As we see Luke Fisher in the pits now, getting their this should be their last stop. They're at the 206 mark, so I feel like that they should be able to go to the end pretty reasonably on fuel. You see Ray Kingsbury coming out of the pits now in the Solpec 113 car, currently running in P8. They're still about a minute behind the overall race leaders, but we think that there's still a few cars that yet to come into the pits that'll have to come in at least for a splash. So as you were saying, you're absolutely right. This is not over yet. There'll still be quite a bit of changes in the finishing order as we get closer to this. As cars come in for final fuel, it'll change up the standings, and we'll be able to have a better idea of where we're going. Probably with about 30 seconds left in the race, I think it's just going to be one of those where and a shout out to the league organizers, putting these fuel restraints on the prototypes, and having the race length where it's a fuel strategy plays an important part, as well as tire management playing an important part. It just adds to the racing. I can't wait, and I think Sam, you and I have talked about this directly, but I'm all for putting tire stints on endurance races, or tire amounts on endurance races. I think that's the next step in the evolution of iRacing.
I think it's good, especially with the way that the GT3s are at the moment, isn't it? Because of the fact that you can change tyres and fuel simultaneously, it does add a lot more strategy to it, as that was Holtzhammer passing Christian there, Fendi passing going past Tectonic, that's an Am getting past a Pro. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's very cool that. What I would say though, what would make it much easier on our side of things, is if iRacing could tell us how many tyres a team has still got to use, because we have to sort of eyeball it, where we're like, oh, they didn't take tyres in that stop, and unfortunately we're not capable of watching 48 odd cars come into the pits 4 times per race and make sort of who's still got tyres still.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely having tire usage is going to be, and obviously iRacing is currently running a telemetry series. They're making some telemetry changes, or proposing some, that are going to be brought in, as we see Kieran Nard in Team FSR coming in for a stop. So there'll be some telemetry changes that are coming to iRacing. Not really sure what all those are, because they really haven't talked about it, but they are doing some testing in order to implement something coming in the future.
Always going straight through.
Ooh, so drive-through. Yep, drive-through for the 99 car, which is obviously, like I said, about a 15-second time penalty on the track. So he's now about 45 seconds off of the race lead. Obviously, kind of brings him back toward the CRF car running in P5. There's about a 3-second gap between those cars. So CRF, seeing that, will say, okay, let's see if we can get up and get this spot. So I expect the potential, at least, for a battle there.
Yeah, maybe we got a notification from the stewards saying that they were going to get a drive-through penalty. So thanks to the stewards for sending through those messages. We do try to catch them, but if we did miss that one, apologies for that. So yeah, you're absolutely right that CRF are all of a sudden going to be more interested, because still both of those teams, they got 1 more stop or 2 more stops to go. They last appeared on lap 58, did Opelka, and we're now on lap 74, so they've got many more laps than this, right? They're going to have to be coming in very soon, but if they pit now, they're not going to get to the end of the race, because we've been only seeing them go about 30-35 minutes, so they've got to go at least another 10 minutes into this race, another 5 laps or so. So yeah, maybe it is 2 more stops. One of them will be exceptionally short in order to get to the end of the race. Gap down to 1.5 seconds now between these guys. CRF really are chancing along.
Absolutely, yeah. They're really pushing now. They say, hey, we've got a chance to get up and get another position, and so let's see if we can make the most of it. So they are trying to push and close that gap. I will say this, I'm going to throw an iRacing rumor at you, Sam. I don't know if you've heard this or not, but I've heard this through through a team member, who has been talking with one of the bigger series administrators, who's been talking with someone in iRacing management regarding changes. That's very close. Regarding changes to road racing in their full course yellow, non-existent full
Yes.
course yellow system.
Well, in the
So,
development notes, of course, they did say, I can't remember what the exact phrase was, but it ended with an ellipse, a dot, dot, dot. So it was very much all more to come. And so, yeah, they did heavily hint that they're going to look at that. And in some of the other development notes as well, they've been mentioning how they've got someone, like a new employee who's quite experienced when it comes to that sort of race control side of things. So, yeah, I think it'll be coming. I'm not going to hold my breath. I think a couple of years away might still be when it's finally released. But yeah, that would be a total game changer for series like this, as we see Go and overtake Penguin RC. That's actually an important move there, because these guys are on the same strat. So that's a big move there up into P3. Looking like a lot faster right now is Nicholas compared to Brian. But we'll see if that switches back before the end of the race. But yeah, for those who aren't aware, safety cars take a phenomenal amount of effort when it comes to road racing on iRacing. You can't use the default one, because that messes up the multiclass aspect of it. It means that, oh no, these guys have collided. This is Bear Pope and Echelon Sim Sport. And these guys aren't even in the same race. Echelon have got to make one extra pit stop compared to Bear Pope, but they've had a mess at the hairpin.
They really have. That was very strange that they were basically side by side coming through. We're going to get the replay here from Samuli as they're working their way out of Degner 2. Down a little short shoot here. And this is just a Bear Pope just overslowing a little bit. Yeah, I think he maybe got the braking wrong and overslowed, and then 46 said, you know what, I think I've got a line on the inside there, and then that line just kind of went away in a hurry there, and so contact between both those cars, and of course held both of them up. Don't really see any damage on the cars, so it was a pretty low speed contact, to be fair, because we were pretty deep into the braking zone. But yeah, that, obviously got to be thinking about things like that, as you said, where they're a pit cycle or a little pit stop off. So not really a race between these cars currently. Just in the on the account that they're just close together on the track, and that just says, oh, that car is in front of me for position, but kind of not really. So it's one of those that's unfortunate, and we'll see if anything that comes out of it. Once again, we'll leave that to the stewards to make those determinations as these cars continue on.
I'm not even sure if it was like a deliberate move. Like you said, the car head may have been very, very slow. So yeah, we'll see what they think. But yeah, good speed for Echelon and Sim Sport. Of course, we heard a little bit earlier on how they're having issues with a driver change earlier on, but they've come back well. And I was saying that they were on a different pit stop sequence, but it might be because they pitted 17 laps difference to one another. But I feel like that maybe they will have to pit both one more time. We've got 45 minutes to go. That's way wide through spin. That's not going to lose him any time, but well, lose him a little bit of time. But yeah, they've both got one more pit stop, I think, to go. So maybe it's a fight, but at that pit stop, their people will be able to take much less fuel. Because they've got much more fuel in the tank right now. They'll be able to go much further. I wonder if Echelon actually might even pit on this lap. If they do, then they could get to the end of the race from here. It's far. It's 44 minutes. But they're able to go another lap.
That's the very edge of it. I would agree with that. It's the very edge of the fuel window there for the LMP2 car. So I figure a couple more laps and they'll be well in, and they should be able to just finish the race with this one more stop.
They've got good pace as well right now. Like on that last lap, they were 2 seconds faster than the car ahead, 3 seconds faster than the two cars ahead. Maybe that's traffic, but yeah, they've got a lot of pace right now. Maybe it's everyone else is sort of taking the longest stop alongside there for the GTPs. But of course, yeah, with those LMP2s with the 3 tyre stops, maybe they're on fresh tyres and everyone else is on a set of tyres which are 2 stints older or 1 stint older. I'm not quite sure, but they're very quick right now. That team has FFSR again.
Back in. Last time they came through was for a drive-through penalty. Let's see if this is for a stop. Not sure. Not. There we go. All right. So fuel stop in for Team FFSR with 43 minutes left. That's going to leave them about 10 minutes or so short of the end of the race. Thomas Engelbuth comes into the car for the final little bit, final 43 minutes or so, as Ludovic Jurett, virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, works his way around, picks up P5, and he will have, I think, all the LMDH cars still have one more stop to make. So at least, just depending on where everybody comes out, will determine whether or not they're going to have that little 10-minute or so splash at the end they're going to have to take, as Jurett is still just powering through this this field here, just having a great run. Obviously the penalties hurt, and it's the reason they're in P5 and not up there battling for P3. But you have to get, if you get the penalty, you have to pay the price and do the best you can after that.
Yeah, it's always a frustrating thing, especially I think in a team race. It's even more frustrating when you get a penalty. And at least in my experience, I sort of end the race hoping that I'm not within 20 seconds of the car ahead, so I can think, well, at least it didn't cost us any race time. Or at least it didn't cost us any positions. But yeah, we'll see if they do suffer from that at all. I think they probably will, with how close the pack is in that class. Here comes Pneumatic Purple, and they are 24 seconds clear of the rest of the order. Not great lap that time round. In the 53s, we have seen cars as low as the low 51s. And I think the track conditions are pretty good. I think it's only getting cooler and cooler right now, which tends to improve the performance of the cars. It's actually the same, isn't it? Even though it's getting later in the day, it's still 74 degrees.
Yeah, it's still, air temp's still around the same, but the track actually has cooled off a little bit.
Okay.
From the start of the race. When we looked at it earlier, it was at 78, now down to 76. So it's about 1 degree Celsius. So it's not a lot, but it is cooling off, which obviously will make the once you get the heat in the tires, will make the car just much better through the corners. It'll really let the car just work into the track, not slide around near as much. As we see the Solpec car, the overall leader, coming in for their stop with 40 minutes to go in this race, and we
they probably can't make that, can they?
They cannot make it to the end. But what really caught my eye was the fact that the virtual driver's car is still in the pits.
Oh yes. Well, they have been in the wars, haven't they?
They have.
Various instances, so maybe they're having to take some repairs. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Or it could just be a penalty. If they come out of the pits in 10 seconds, then it was probably just a pit lane entry penalty. Yeah,
would agree with that. That sounds exactly right. We see Jared Bridwell inheriting the overall race lead as Solpec has come into the pits. They're out.
It was 10 seconds.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it was a pit lane speeding penalty. Yep. He's going to come out ahead. This is not for position. This is a lap between these cars, and ahead go Solpec. So will Solpec win this race then, or are D going to snatch it? Because yeah, of course, we think that Solpec have got pit again, but RD maybe only have one more stop to go.
It's it's very interesting. It depends on when RD comes in. They're still about, I would say, I think they were coming in at the 33-minute mark. So we're at the 2:26-ish. So we get to the 2 hour 27 minutes, and RD still hasn't come into the pits. I think that's a good sign that they're in the driver's seat for the race win. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens, but there hasn't been many laps in amongst the LMDH class where there's a big gap in their pit strategies. It's generally, as I'm looking at it, it's generally, you know, a 3-lap window or so. So yeah, it's just kind of strange to see how this is all going to play out. But yeah, so we're kind of watching the clock a little bit, and I think we've done this pretty much every race as we get into this last hour. Once we get past that hour mark and we see that how many GT3s are going to get past that final hour mark, how many of these cars, as we're watching the pit windows, you know, cycle through, where these cars come in relation to that clock. Everything becomes clear the closer we get to the end of the race, and this last hour is usually pretty dramatic in the changes that happen amongst the leaderboard.
iRTES letting us know in chat that they're struggling with tyres. They're still doing pretty well at iRTES, up in 4th place in the LMP2s. But those tyres worse the wear, it seems like. So they'll be glad to get them off. Of course, yeah, hopefully they've got a new set of tyres still to go. Let us know, iRTES, if you've still got those tyres to run for the final stint, or whether you've saved a set of tyres for the last pit stop, because yeah, 4 stints in those LMP2s, but only 3 sets of tyres. So one of those stints you have to do a very long period of time, an hour and a half on a set of tyres in the LMP2s, and I have driven the LMP2s quite a bit, and I would not fancy that one moment. Pneumatic barely had a bare Pope. These guys barely similarly matched as RD come into the pits on lap 80. So yeah, they're basically doing 20 laps per stint, RD. So if anyone can get a calculator out and figure out how many laps you do in a 3-hour race around here, that would be useful, because they're on the cusp. I mean, 36 minutes to go. I don't know if you can make that or not.
That seems like a bridge too far, in my opinion, just based on what we've seen during the course of this race, where I think 34 minutes was about the max that I've seen any car in that LMDH class be able to run on their fuel. So I guess is it possible? Yeah, but I don't know if it's feasible. So I think it's possible they could probably run the race and get to the end without stopping in, but I don't know what their lap times are going to look like because of it. So once again, it's one of those that they do have that, and especially with Solpec, knowing that Solpec's got to stop and they're 4 seconds behind you. I'm sorry, they're 13 seconds ahead of you. You know, it's you know they're going to lose probably 15 or 20 seconds in their pit stop. So there's not a lot of room for error there. As we see the 100 force car who's inherited the lead, they're getting close to being able to make it to the end.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it will fall into their laps potentially in all this, albeit Solpec are very close behind, aren't they? So I guess Solpec will probably beat them out no matter what 100 force do. This is very fun. I think 100 force will be able to go a few more laps actually. But yeah, it will be, Solpec will probably almost certainly pit again. I think RD will try to make it, but it is tough, and especially like, you know, we can say 36 minutes to the end of the race, but of course if you cross the line with 20 seconds to go, well then that's an extra
lap,
minute and 40, and yeah, when you're talking about trying to save 2 laps of fuel, and then all of a sudden 3 laps of fuel comes up, then it can be very problematic. So yeah, it's fine margins.
Yeah, it really is. As some 100 forces around again, they stopped last on lap 63, so they're on their 18th lap here in this fuel stint. So they'll soldier on. Solpec is the gap doesn't like hasn't fallen off very much. Actually, the 100 force was about 1/10 and a half faster last lap. So, you know, provided we don't get either one of these cars gets caught in a bad situation with lap traffic, now the gap is actually starting to drop significantly. And that may be just the traffic that I just mentioned, as they were working through, the overall leader was working through the Degners behind Go-Win Racing Ruby there, as well as the Bear Pope number 322. So I think that's cost him a second or so, but then that gets applied back to Solpeck as he's had to do the same thing through the hairpin. So, traffic giveth and traffic taketh. We talk about this all the time, how traffic management is as critical to a multi-class race as tires or fuel or any other strategy. It's just being able to work your way through the traffic and minimizing that lost time as you're having to deal with slower cars and slower sections of the track.
You're going to lose a little bit of time here. RD as Pneumatic Motorsports Blue come into the pits. Also just been looking for a moment at the GT3 Pros, because we have definitely got some pit stops still to go in that category. I think Michael Hooper for Bear Pope Workers Union, who are currently the leaders in the GT3 Pros, will be coming into the pits fairly soon. Oh, that's a move! Through go German Pitbulls Racing Hotel. A little bit of a hesitancy there from RD, and German Pitbulls had a brilliant run through 130R, and they stormed their way through. That was quite the effort there from Julian Kramer.
It really was. That was a great move, and that's one of those that it's how aggressive do you want to be. I think maybe they call it RD sleeping just a little bit. RD was content to kind of ride behind and prep for the pass, and in the right place at the right time for German Pit Bulls, as they just said, you know what, we can go full chat through here and slip in this slot, and that's exactly what they did. So well done for them. Pick up the overall podium and just ahead of RD, and that is the closest battle amongst the LMDH cars as of right now.
And I don't know if it's just the traffic for RD. You could see on that previous lap that the traffic was bad, but they do seem to be going quite slowly. Lost almost 4 seconds to Solpeck on that last lap. So maybe they are doing a little bit of that fuel saving that we were mentioning before. This isn't a good spot. Everyone getting boxed in, got to hesitate. So of course Solpeck now will lose a bit of time for themselves. And this is right on the tail of our leaders, actually 104. So you remember, do have to come into the pits within the next few laps. I think it will be on this lap that they come into the pits. Will they duck in? Yes, so that's it. If anything, they'll probably be regretting not coming in, and maybe in one lap even earlier to get out of that traffic. But maybe at least they're not going to have to fuel save to the end of the race. So they'll be. This is like the one team that we're like, yes, that they definitely don't need to pit again. They're definitely going to be safe to the end of the race. So they'll come to a stop, and that will be it for them. Henrikas Kleiperkas gets out the car, and Nicholas Maynard gets in.
There we go, as Solpeck has regained the lead, 16 seconds over German Pit Bulls. RD Sim Sport just a couple seconds back. As we mentioned, we feel like all these cars have still got to stop again. I think we know that 100 Force with that last stop will be able to make it to the end, I think, relatively easily. So it just depends on what kind of where he's going to be, and he's in a battle right now with Team FFSR. He just passed them to take P5. So we'll see how that all plays out. Like I said, we've still got 30 minutes left in this race. We still know that there are cars that have to stop, so that's going to shuffle the order up. And it's going to make these gaps that seem like they're insurmountable much tighter before this is all said and done. So I do want to take a minute as we're the last half hour and mention a couple of our sponsors. Penguin RC, who is a title sponsor for the series. RC, started as an RC superstore. Has migrated their business and added sim racing equipment. Fantastic items on their website, Penguin RC. And obviously the 5th year, as we see battles into the Casio Triangle between ARC Motorsports and Longhorn Racing. Penguin in their 5th consecutive year of sponsorship for the iRTES. been a staple of the series, provided tremendous support and prizes for our teams and drivers over the year. For this year, offering prize packages valued over $1,500. And we're very happy to have them on board with us and help them to sponsor this series, to put on this fine league. Obviously, these cars, as well as the fact that the Penguin has got a couple of cars on the track as well. So it's great to have them on board with us and enjoying the fact that they can help bring this fantastic racing to everybody out there. And also, we want to mention Moradness.com. Obviously, Dan Morad, this is his pride and joy of what we call athleisure wear, sim racing wear as well. Jerseys, gloves, socks, fantastic design work. Dan puts a lot of effort into coming up with some tremendous products to show up on his website. Dan and Jess, his partner, obviously amazing people. Had a chance to meet them at Sebring a couple years ago. They also have a car on there, Craig Bray, just coming out of the pits. So we thank Moradness.com as well. Have one of his hats, one of his signed hats hanging up on my hat rack. So I'm happy to know him, as well as I'm happy that they've got Moradness.com as an affiliate sponsor of this event as well. So I think I want to say thank you to CMS and all the sponsors. And sorry if I've butchered your advertisements, but hey, I'm new at this, so give me some slack. So
there are links to them, by the way, in the or a couple
indeed.
of links to them in the description below, certainly to CMS and SimRace 24/7. So yeah, do check out all of their products, and yeah, big thanks to them for supporting sim racing and yeah, allowing these broadcasts to happen. But yeah, I'm looking at the timing tower now, Charles, and there's not a whole lot of battles going on out there. We've got now 26 minutes to go in this race. And, oh yeah, I'm not sure if we mentioned it before, maybe we did see it, but Bear Pope Workers Union came into the pits from the lead of the GT3s. So we've now got Hyperion Racing number 3 and Hyperion Racing as the top 2 in the GT3 Pro category, but that could change. Hyperion 3 will struggle to get to the end of the race. Well, almost certainly won't get to the end of the race. Hyperion Racing will struggle to get to the end of the race as well. So it's still possible for Bear Pope Workers Union to maybe win out. So really any one of those top 3 in the GT3 Pros could still win this race, even though there's a bit of a sizable gap between a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the calm before the storm. As we get into this last half hour of the race, and we knowing that people are on different strategies involving their fuel, things are going to change relatively quickly here. As we're on with Punk Crew Blue, has a nice sizable gap to Punk Crew Gold, running 1 and 2. Bear Pro Tipo has kind of fallen off. They were up there kind of battling with Punk Crew Gold. Pneumatic is down there as well, 36 seconds back, running in 3rd. So it's still, I think, not quite settled yet. I think that we may have, I think maybe the LMP2 class may be a done deal unless something happens. It looks like Punk Crew Blues kind of got the advantage there. But I think the rest of them are still up for grabs. I think that the last few minutes of this race will change things dramatically as we get down to that final little bit where these quick stops there. Ooh, very close there with FFSR 100 force. Obviously, it's still a battle for P5 in the LMDH class. It's working their way through Dunlop, coming down into the Degners. You can see the Porsche handling the Degner quite well up there, actually, to be fair. Doing a good job through that little section of track. Oh, very close.
Off 100 force. Well, they were so busy trying to avoid the GTD, then turned into a case of avoiding the GTP. And then they had to go off themselves. That was just yeah, not the smarts there from Nicholas really, because yeah, he put himself into a pretty dangerous position in the first place, and then I think just got almost got distracted so much focusing on not hitting the GTD that he missed the GTP ahead of him braking earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the GT3 kind of moved toward the center of the track as he was coming through that little kink there, coming into, and which kind of obviously your vision, even though you're kind of focused forward in the car that you're chasing, you see a car like that kind of move towards you, you're going to have to react to it. I think he got very wide over in the outside of that corner. I think actually as he got into the braking zone, it got into the marbles a little bit as well. The marbles are starting to build quite a bit on the outside edges of the track, and I think that did not help him get that car stopped in the least. And so yeah, so managed to catch the car. I don't think there was any contact with anybody. Obviously, it took a little bit of steam out of that battle that he had going on with the car in front.
Echelon Simsport have overtaken SimHQ Motorsports White at Spoon. So yeah, that's good news for Mike Gallant. Of course, they were quite far off the back of the field earlier on, were Echelon, but they will be going to the end of the race. Could they get any more places? It won't be too far off Team FSR, Maison, Carrie, Dubai at the end, but there's 58 seconds. I think they've got another pit stops to make, but I think there'll still be about a 20-second gap between those cars, even when that is made. So that'll probably be it for these two cars. They've got Blue Chip Racing Black quite far behind as well, who I don't think they'll need to worry about. Is the Hyperion Racing 3 car pitting on lap 54? Anyone in chat who knows exactly what the strat is for Hyperion Racing, let us know. But we did see Heiberger for Hyperion Racing, the second place car. Ooh. Oh, we've got a spin around. It's David Mundonka for Solpec 111. And that is bad news for them. Is that the one going for the championship in... No, that's the 113, sorry, going for the championship. The 111 is in 10th place in the championship. But yeah, they've lost some time there. They've lost at least one place as well to Bear Paper Jure.
Yep, and that's in coming out of Degner too. It was another one of those spots that catches drivers out frequently. My guess is that's probably something we've seen before, probably just that spin on the outside. I don't think he hit the wall. I think he was able to catch it before he made contact with any of the barriers. And yep, there's a spin on the outside, but I definitely see looks like tracks coming from the opposite side of the track. So something very similar there is or is he? Oh no, he was already off from the outside. So
yeah, he lost it early, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so coming through one, and then as we're coming down, slowing down for two. Oh, he just over rotated into the corner and looped the car around. So before he could get back on throttle, he was already kind of losing the rear. Then spins it again, trying to get it righted, which is a frustrating thing to happen as he comes into the pits now. Which I think everybody who's driven iRacing has probably done that before. It's just in frustration and in hurriedness to try and get the car right and get going again. You end up just too much throttle application and spinning the car around.
Going to be a drive though. I guess he's gone over the instant limit, has he? Now.
Yep. I would guess so.
With that mistake, so the drives are... Oh man, it is tough, isn't it? 20 instants before you get a drive through, and it's 36 where you get disqualified. So this track isn't too bad for those off checks, but yeah, you really need to train yourself in practice to not pick up any, because 20 over the course of 3 hours is pretty tough, especially of course when you're doing multi-class racing, and 4Xs can be very, very possible. So we're currently watching Fendi just ahead of Solpec Precision. Both these cars are going to get to the end of the race, I think. Yeah. But yeah, of course Solpec with that pit stop or drive through a moment ago, and they're going to try to get that place straight away.
Yeah, absolutely going to try to get that spot back, and he's got the run and works his way around the outside of the hairpin. We're going to make that pass over Fendi. You see, I think that's Pink coming through, and then GTP Cadillac works his way through. David Holtzhammer drops down. Still running in P2. So obviously that pass on Solpeck was the pro car, but not for a position in the AM class. So not so much to worry about there. But he does have to worry about this car, which is a Longhorn Racing Carbon car. Brett Stevens is only about a second behind, and that is a battle for the for P2 in class. So he'll have to keep his eye out. And there's a further the Penguin RC car is also back there, another 2 seconds back. So they're not out of it just quite yet either, at least for the podium. So has a little bit of work left to do to get up there. Brian Song in the McLaren there for Penguin RC.
Hyperion 3 into the pits.
Okay.
This could be close between them and Bear Pope. Bear Pope currently in 3rd place. Currently heading down the back straight.
This should be a very, very quick stop.
Yeah, maybe they should stay ahead, right? They should remain ahead. Should Hyperion 3. They've done well at building a gap.
Okay, 14.3.
Yeah, they're already going.
Yep, should be good to go. It's gonna be closer than we might think. We'll get the timing updates here as we go.
Yeah, Hooper just starting another lap now, so he is on the same straight. He's probably got a sight, even though it's very dark here at Suzuka now.
Yeah.
Probably just about see the braking lights, but the gap is 5.5 seconds then. So good work there from Hyperion Racing 3 with the extra. Oh, sorry, not with the extra pit stop, but with the same number of pit stops, but going much further in this race. And of course, it comes down now. What are Hyperion going to do? Hyperion, we believe, are going to need to pit, but probably in about 3 laps time, I think, which is about 5 minutes before they're going to need to pit for their last pit stop. They were, I think, 5 seconds behind were Hyperion Racing, behind Hyperion Racing 3, but maybe they'll take 5 seconds less of fuel. So this is going to be really close between the teammates, and Bear Pope obviously are there as well to pick up the pieces. Also, I think we saw the Hyperion Racing 3 car did not take tyres, so they'll be hoping that they got a decent tyre life to take them through to the last 17 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the strat. As we'll see how far Hyperion Racing, the 44 car, how far he can stretch to the end of it. He was, I think, if I remember correctly, I think he had gone 2 laps longer, so his last pit stop was 2 laps later than his team car of Hyperion 3. So as we go through here, he'll have to take a little less fuel. So every second counts when this final pit stop comes up. If he can make it, that'd be a big win for him. I don't think he can. Just kind of looking at the numbers here, he's on lap. His last lap was, or last pit stop was on lap 56. He's on lap 80 now. It's 24. I think general rule of thumb is about 30. So 28 to 30.
Yeah, I think 28.
For the GT3. Yeah.
I guess they did 28 first stint, and then 56 the second stint, and then 84. Is that maths?
Yeah.
That's maths.
That's maths.
Yeah, so maybe three more laps, maybe.
Oh, spin!
Sure. Oh, and into the wall for Solpeck Precision 113 was that. And I was just going to say, we've got an interesting battle for the championship. And between the Sonic and the Solpeck car, was it the 113 that went into the wall? Well, they're not coming into the pits, or was it a different car? They've certainly lost some time there, but I feel like it may have been another car who hit the wall, and Solpeck just had to slow in response.
Was it a Porsche? Was the first question. Let's see. So it's the Solpeck 113. We're on board with them. Was it them that came through? It was. Yeah, on the curb, into the wall.
That was a huge hit, and yet you can barely see anything on the car.
Oh, and then contact with
that was a second
blue.
hit. And that was with our LMP2 leader.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Punk Crew Blue leading the LMP2 class. And so, yeah, it was a glancing blow. It was a hard hit, but it was a kind of a glancing blow. So maybe not as much damage as we would think.
But these can almost be worse, can't they? Because it was into the corner of the car. So I think that's a miracle if he's got away with I mean, like, again, it's dark now, but it's
Right.
difficult to see, but like it looks like there's basically no damage. But that's a bit massive for the championship because they were right behind Sonic Racing, and going into this round, Sonic Racing were 1 point ahead at the top of the championship. And so had Solpec been able to overtake, and well, they could still overtake, then that would tie up the championship with 1 round to go. I think as it stands, the championship lead would be up to 2 points. So that was really important, and they were catching as well. I think they were faster than Sonic, and their pace on this lap is fine. It's not stellar, but I think it's basically the same as what it was. So it's clearly the damage. I don't understand, Charles. I don't understand how he hasn't got damage from that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking the same thing. Is normally you hit those tire barriers. The tire barriers are softer than concrete, but they're not just. It's not like it's not like a trampoline where it's just going to kick you back. Although that's really kind of what it looked like. To be fair, it's like it just kind of ricocheted off of that tire barrier and back out into the track. And then had the contact with Punk Crew Blue, and I'm also kind of watching to make sure that they don't have damage as well. It doesn't look like their gap back to Punk Crew Gold is diminishing by just leaps and bounds. So maybe no damage on that 22 car as well, because obviously they made contact on the fronts, and obviously we realize if you start putting dents on the front of that LMP2, it really reduces the aero performance of that car. So you have to be very careful with it. But so far so good. They look like they're okay as well. So very interesting how we had 2 cars in incidents, and neither one seems to be the worst for wear, at least at this point. As Bear Prototipo is now in the pits for their final stop of the race.
And our leaders in the GT3s are into the pits as well, Hyperion Racing. So this is going to be important. Turns out that I wasn't doing maths. I only got to lap 82. I thought maybe they'd go to a lap. Or maybe they got to lap 83. Yeah. But anyway, they're into the pits. That's what matters. And so it will be close between their teammates and themselves. As 100 Force, did they make a mistake? They seemed a bit slow coming out of the hairpin.
I was going to say, yeah, we're very wide coming out of the hairpin. So we'll see as they're coming back down the little short chute here going into the hairpin. Still that same thing. It's the same thing. He had a LMP2 in front of him. He had a GT car on the left-hand side, and it just kind of threw off his rhythm as he was on the outside of the track there at the hairpin, and just kind of missed his braking point a little bit.
It was super close between the Hyperion Racing cars and the GT3s. I don't know if we could roll it back 30 seconds or so, but Dirk Heiberger just came out of the pits, and Hyperion Racing have stayed ahead, but they were alongside into turn 1. So Hyperion Racing lead in the GT3s still. They have overcut the Hyperion Racing 3 machine, but yeah, like I said, they were alongside as Hyperion came out of the pits into turn 1. The question is now, can the Bryce Rodriguez car overtake in the time remaining? I think they are very evenly matched, so I think it will be difficult.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is going to be a very even fight. So it'll be, I'm sure that the team bosses back at Hyperion Racing said, look, you guys can race all you want, just don't wreck each other. We want to come out of this with a 1-2. I don't really care which order that's in, but we want to come out of this with a 1-2. So we don't want to give up points here at the end, because we're going to wreck ourselves with our team car. So I'm sure they'll be racing as hard as they can race, but cleanly as they can as well.
Yeah, I think it's that element of racing cleanly, which is going to make overtaking so tricky around a circuit like this, where you do have to get your elbows out. You got to maybe send it into Casio Triangle or into the hairpin. They can sometimes be the best places to overtake, and I seriously doubt as teammates they're going to be doing anything like that. We've just had a change for 3rd place in the AMS, by the way, because this man, David Holzhammer, has had an off for Fendi Racing. Because they are 2nd place in the championship, are Fendi, but they would be losing a few points today. Here is how it happened. It was through the S's, and looks like it's going to be all by themselves. Yeah, a big over-rotation.
Yeah.
And they've avoided the wall. Again, the gravel helping them.
Woo, very nice. That was very, very close, but well managed to avoid the wall. Once again, gravel doing its job. But yeah, just kind of got on that curb on the inside. I don't know if maybe hooked the car a little bit and helped the car rotate a little more than he expected it to. But yeah, got out of shape, but was able to hold it. Lost a little bit of time, but back on the track and still fighting. We're back on board here with the Hyperion cars. We're on board here with Hyperion 3 running in second, right behind their teammate, Hyperion Racing in the 44. They're coming out of the hairpin, working their way through 200R as we see the iRTES SimSport car go by. Currently running in P2, German Pit Bulls right behind them, so that's a battle for P2 in the class of the LMDH category. So we got some good podium battles still going here with a little under 8 minutes left in the race. And you can just see just not much difference between these two cars. Gap still 0.4 of a second as we're coming down through 130R. Hear the lift as they go through. That's the thing that catches the Porsches out most of the time, is that little bit of lift there. Letting the car breathe as they work their way through Casio Triangle. Yeah, just doesn't like there's any difference in these two cars. It was like the same driver could be driving both at the same time. Just, no real change in gaps in any corner or down the straightaway, which is normally what you would expect when you've got two team cars, similar driver profiles, both running probably the same setup. So, everybody kind of knows what that car is going to do, and so it's going to make it. It's going to be somebody making a mistake that's going to end up changing that position if Heiberger in the 44 makes a critical error here. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be over rotation, having to catch the car and lift a little bit or missing the braking point. That could be the difference between getting a P1 and a P2.
The GTP leader is into the pits. Pat Peljat for Solpec Precision Racing 110. And they built a pretty good gap. We thought that they were going to have to pit again. RD, we're fairly comfortable, are not going to need to pit again. But I think Solpec should be fine. I mean, they're 47 seconds clear, so yeah, this is looking good for them. They are going to take... They're on the tracks, where they think they're staying still. German Pit Bulls Racing Hotel, very close to the back of RD SimSport 2, who I don't think have had great pace necessarily towards the end of this race. And it's sort of squandered any shot that they had at the win, because Solpec had come back out, and they are, I'm not quite sure how far ahead, but I think it's a good 25 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see as the gap closes, as the SDK software starts figuring out and calculating everything. It does math far better than you or I do, Sam, for sure. So looks like the gap's going to settle out at about 18 seconds. So he lost a little bit of time to the cars behind, but only a couple seconds, and he had it to give up. So easy done there. So I think that one may be settled as far as the overall race win, barring any kind of weirdness between. So he's still got a lap traffic, and so the battle is going to be between iRTES SimSport and German Pit Bulls, who were still about 2 seconds apart on track, with about 5 minutes left.
And this is a tough circuit at night, because there's not a whole lot of track lighting. I'm not sure if there's any track lighting. I know iRacing, yeah, like they were sort of adding a few in the early days, didn't they? And then I feel like they sort of forgot about it in about 2020 or 2021, and we sort of just had the same tracks with the same lighting since. But yeah, I didn't see any trackside lighting, so pretty much just got their headlights to illuminate the circuit. Fortunately, there are loads of other cars still out there on the circuit, so I guess that makes it a little bit less painful. Julian Vetzi for Virtual Drivers 5 Dustmaster have come in for their last stop. It's not been a good race for them. It looks like they will remain in P7 with a 7-second pit stop for them. But so not too many other cars now who still need to make a pit stop. This team don't need to make a pit stop, it seems. After their contact earlier on, they seem to be absolutely fine. It's going to be another race win for the Punk Crew Blue, who have been really dominant in this championship. 15 points ahead going into this round, and with Echelon having a struggling round, standing in 6th place, that's going to be... I'm not sure if it's going to be insurmountable. I don't think they will win the championship today, but it will literally be a case that they just have to finish the last race and they'll win the title.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good position to be in. So I'm kind of watching the board here. We still talk about the Hyperion Racing cars that are battling for the GT Pro class. GT3M looks like it's going to be going racing Ruby. However, we still got that battle now.
Could this change? I was just saying that, Punk Crew Blue aren't going to need to come into the pits, but this could be important. Don't take tyres, guys. Just take a little bit of fuel. And, well, the Punk Crew Gold are quite close behind. And I think Punk Crew Gold are going to take the lead of the race here, because Punk Crew Blue, I believe, have under-fueled. Yep. And that is enough to change it. My goodness, 2.8 seconds. And as long as the gold car doesn't need to pit again, they should hold on to this race win.
It appears so, but obviously we've got some traffic that Punk Crew Gold is kind of embattled in with one of the lap down LMP2s to make that a little difficult for him to navigate around, but managed to get that done. So it's going to be, if the blue car has got any pace at all, he's going to have to use every millisecond of it to, as we see a 100 force penalty, 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact. That'll be added at the end of the race. So
that will lose them a place.
That'll lose them a spot. Yep, they'll drop from 4th to 5th. And I'm still watching that battle between RD Sim Sport and German Pit Bulls. Is now gap is they're even on the track. They're fighting for position.
Oh, this is super close. And German Pit Bulls Racing have overtaken outside through first curve. And they have come back really strongly in the second half of this race. Charged down RT Sim Sport 2 and are up into 2nd place now. What a fantastic maneuver. I think it's taken them a little while. They've been sat right on the tail of the number 60 machine for a good 10-15 minutes. And with a couple of minutes to go, they've delivered.
They have indeed. They've had a great run up the field, up 3 positions from the start of the race. And done a fantastic job. It's made that move and made it stick. Starting to stretch that gap out. It's almost up to a 2nd already. So it looks like they've got the pace to be able to hold on here. Provided, like once again, we always caveat that with you gotta hit your marks. So and make sure everything goes as smoothly as you can. But obviously with pace, they do have the pace advantage. It appears. And so just going to be a matter of hitting your marks and navigating the traffic. As the gap, I'm still kind of watching the gap between Punk Crew Gold and Blue, and that has dropped down to under 3 seconds now. So Punk Crew Blue is trying to make a charge to get that position back before the end of the race. As you see them navigating around the 2 Hyperion cars that are leading the GT3 Pro class. Lewis Clark doing everything he can do to get back up to challenge their sister team in the gold car. As you see the 2 Hyperion McLarens.
I can't remember if we thought that the blue car was going to need to pit again. I guess they did. I guess they were coming in quite early, weren't they? Was they the team who pitted with 36 minutes to go? I think so.
Yep, I think that's right.
We weren't quite sure. But the lead. So these guys still got a lap and a half to go. So honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if maybe Punk Crew Gold had to pit again. Maybe they're just surprised that, the extra lap has been forced for them. This will be like lap 23 or something in this stint. So I think they've been doing 24 lap stints so far in this race. So yeah, we'll see. Brian Sohn is going... Is this normal? It seems slow. It seems really slow for Penguin RC GT3 AM. Are they going to come into the pits? No, I think they're really short on fuel though. Really short on fuel.
Down out of 130R.
They've got 20 seconds to play with to Lunatic. This is really slow. Like this is almost like just pit on with 1 lap to go type of slow. Like this is crawling.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see where he is in relation to the overall.
As the leader's going to come to the checkered flag, by the way.
Yep. So if he's coming to the checkered flag, then yeah, maybe he kind of hoping that he was going to get eclipsed by the leader before the flag, so he wouldn't have to take the extra lap. But Solpec Precision Racing 110 gets the race win. So congratulations to them. Holds off the rest of the field. Great run from some of the other cars in there. And obviously, they had a little bit of luck on their side. I think some of the cars maybe shot themselves in the foot, to use a term. German Pit Bulls Racing finishing in second. iRTES Sim Sport just behind in third. There's a 4-second gap or so. 104 CRF should come in fourth and fifth. And 104 has, as we're on board. And Brian's own is out of fuel, I believe.
I don't understand why he didn't pit with 1 lap to go. But, I mean, I guess he's only going to lose 1 place, right? Because everyone else got lapped. But he did lose a place to Lunatic, so that'll be the end for him. Who else has still got to finish? We've still got both of our class leaders lower down. And it looks good for Goen Racing Ruby. They are going to win in the amateurs. They beat out Longhorn Racing for the top spot there. In the LMP2s will be the next to cross the line. And it looks good for Punk Crew Gold. It wasn't looking good for them with, well, pretty much for 2 hours and 58 minutes in terms of winning the race. But the blue car had to take 1 extra pit stop with a couple of laps to go. And it's the gold car who get the glory today. Whilst their teammates will undoubtedly win the title, the gold car do get a bit of glory right there. And in the GT3 Pros, it's going to be a great finish for Hyperion Racing. And it is Hyperion Racing 44 who beat out the 104 car by just a second in the end. It pretty much came down to hundredths of a second on pit lane exit. And Derek Heiberger performing really well over that final sort of hour 20 of the race to get it. And Bear Pope Workers Union with a slightly different strategy, albeit definitely the 3-stop was the way to go in the end. Very few drivers made it to the end with just 2-stop. They finish in a close 3rd place, 12 seconds back in the end. So that is all the drivers across the line. I think that is everyone, and we will have hopefully a couple of interviews with the drivers post-race. You can see a bit of coordination there between the Hyperion racing cars. Hopefully they get some
Team
good
photos.
shots. Unfortunately, they can't see too much.
Yeah, I think they were pretty close enough together during the course of the race to get some good team photos out of that. So yeah, great job by everybody. It was once again another great race. Still lots of drama, lots of strategy that doesn't play out to the end of the race, which is what I like. I mean, we're sitting here for a 3 or 4 hour race, and then everybody's all the leaders win by 20 seconds. There's no fun in that. So it's good to see some drama amongst all of them as we'll go down through the race results here. Solpec Racing 110 takes the overall race win. German Pit Bulls Racing finishes in second. iRTES Sim Sport 2 finishes in third. That's your overall podium. 104s finishes in fourth. CRF Motorsports fifth. Team FFSR in sixth. Virtual Drivers finishing seventh, 1 lap down. Solpec Precision 171 finishes eighth. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue finishes ninth. Punk Crew Pink in 10th. Hyperion Racing 2, the 944 in 11th. Punk Crew Gray, it finishes in 12th. We roll over to the LMP2 class. Punk Crew Gold takes the win over Punk Crew Blue. Those places reversed from the last race. Pneumatic Motorsports finishing third. Bear Prototipo in fourth. Team FFSR Maison Carré Dubai in fifth. Echelon Sim Sport in 6th, Sim HQ Motorsport White in 7th, Blue Chip Racing Black in 8th, West Coast Racing Endurance early damage, had a good run going, and then damaged out, finishing in 9th. And GT3 Pro, Hyperion Racing, the 44 car takes the race win. Hyperion Racing 104 takes in P2. Bear Pope Workers Union takes third. Sonic Racing Team fourth. ARC Motorsports Pro takes fifth. Solpec Precision Racing 113 taking sixth. iRTES Sim Sport 3 seventh. Bear Pope Enduro taking 8th. Solpec Precision Racing 111 in 9th. PCA Sim Racing rounds out your top 10. Tectonic in 11th. Penguin RC Pro finishing 12th. CRF Motorsports rounds out your 13-car GT3 Pro class. And finally, last but not least, in the GT3 AMS, we have Go Win Racing Ruby with another race win. Longhorn Racing Carbon finishing in 2nd. Fendi Racing 383 Ferrari finishing in 3rd. Lunatic Racing in 4th. Penguin RC Amcar finishing 5th. CMS Racing Titanium finishing 6th. Go Win Racing Sapphire in 7th. Solpec Precision Racing 112 in 8th. Longhorn Racing Chrome in 9th. Bear Pope Zero in 10th. CMS Racing Endurance in 11th. Moradness M Squad in 12th. Punk Creek White in 13th. Back Painted Eye Strain finishing out 14th after early drama with their car. And that is your overall race results. And we'll see if we do have some drivers in the interview waiting room. And Sam, I'm going to let you go ahead and just take a pick, and we'll bring them in, and we'll let you start with the interviews.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I will first drag up Pat Pelchat and David Aguado, who join us now because they're racing in the winning 110 car in the LMDH category. Congratulations, guys. That is a pretty monumental result for both of you. Pat, how did it feel in that last hour 15? Because at least on our side, we weren't quite sure where everyone was when it came to the strategy until you came out of the pits for that last splash and dash.
I mean, we knew that we didn't save. To be honest, we didn't focus too much on saving fuel, so we ended up with a splash and dash at the end. But coming out of our second to last pit stop, we were close to another car, so I knew that once that car was gonna get in the pits, I really had to push and pull the lap time so I could pull the gap to it. Something happened to them, I think, but we got the glitch with the tires in the two last pit stop. We were not supposed to have tires for those stops, and the car went up on the jacks again. So weird stuff, but pretty happy, man. We pulled it off.
Absolutely. And David, when you were in the car earlier on in the race, how was it dealing with the traffic out there? Because this isn't an easy one when it comes to the GTDs and the LMP2s.
No, Suzuka is never easy, but everybody behaved well. Everybody was great, courteous, left room, and honestly, I don't have any complaints this race, to be honest. I thought everybody was spectacular.
That is very good to hear. Of course, you guys came into the race 10th in the championship. This will promote you up. I mean, maybe even as high as 5th, perhaps. Are you guys focusing on the championship at all going into the final round of the season, or are you just hoping to get one more race win?
I mean, if we look at if we don't look at the final result or just like our overall pace and qualifying and just pace overall, I honestly would be probably leading this championship. We got some terrible luck at Aragon and also at Algarve where we got taken out. So pace has been there like all season, and it's just unfortunate circumstances just pull us out of the championship. So we're just going in there, just doing our best and aiming for the win as we always do. I think pace was there. I don't know how you're seeing this, David, but I think that's pretty much it.
I mean, I kind of joined late in the season. Algarve was my first race, and like Pat said, we got some bad luck that race, but that's just part of racing. It happens, and I guess we'll aim to take it race by race, and we'll do our best, give it our best shot in NERB, and if we get the W and that leads to anything, then so be it. We'll take it.
Well, you're certainly giving yourselves a decent chance. I was looking ahead of a few of the other teams ahead of you, like Tenuto, for example, and you might clear them, so maybe up into 4th place in the championship even after today. So that's really good work from you both. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Gonna give out a shout out to our team, Solpec Precision Racing, always there to support us greatly. We have a couple sponsor, Birdsey. We have RDoc too. And my teammates, like they're from the 171 car. They always support working on the setup and making the preparation as smooth as possible for those races. So yeah, our team.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, guys, and best of luck. You can end the season on a high next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
That was our Solpec Precision Racing 110 team. They're your winners in the LMDH standings. Next up, who are we going to have a chat with, Charles?
Let's bring in Eli Singh, the winner from the LMP2 class, Punk Crew Gold. And Eli, congratulations on the win. So
thank you.
Another 1-2 for the Punk Crew team. And
Yes,
so talk about your race. It was a pretty I won't say it was an exciting race, but it could have been a lot worse than it was. I think it was a very good race that a lot of the drivers should be kind of hanging their hats on as a really good battle, but not a lot of attrition today.
No, I mean, honestly, the whole LMP2 class survived really well. I think they were in general, I noticed today, it just seemed to be a lot less. Sendy is the wrong word, but there was a lot of preservation in mind, which obviously worked out for all teams, not just for us. And I gotta say, the race was very up and down. I had my own silly skill issues that kind of put us a little bit far back after I get pole for the first time in the season. It was a great lap, and then I forget to start it in first. I started in second, got gapped super hard by second and third, and so had to do a lot of work to come back. Had a little spin, but once we hard charged like crazy in that second stint, we were back up to fighting with P2, and then it was Taffy's turn to go crush it, and he did an incredible job.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a great race by both of you guys, and I think you get a little bit of a help from your other car in the team, the blue car, with having to take the late race pit stop to get a splash so they could finish the race. Were you guys aware of that as you were going through, saying, "Hey, I think we've got a fuel advantage"?
Oh yeah. We were voice chatting the whole time, and it was it was one of those things where I saved a lap of fuel at the very beginning because I was like, hey, I know these stints are around that 40-minute mark. If we can maybe get an extra lap here or there, we might be able to turn it into just 4 evens instead of having that splash and dash. And when I got out of the car the second time, I told Taphorn, I was like, hey, I'm not going to save the second stint. Can you save third and fourth? He's like, oh yeah, I got it. And that third stint, I think he saved 3 or 4 laps worth of fuel in a single stint. It was insane. He stood behind every single GT3, let them go, just stayed behind every single one, and it worked out great. Patience is what won that race for sure.
There you go. I like hearing that, because that's what I always preach to my drivers is you got to be patient for these. Sometimes it's okay to be aggressive, but a lot of times it just doesn't work out. So, hey, congratulations to you and Andrew on the race win. And I'll let you go ahead and give any thanks or shout outs that you want to, and then we'll let you go celebrate.
Of course, yeah. Well, shout out obviously to the whole team. Every single Punk Crew driver has done a great job this season. They've all given it their all, and it's been really, really awesome running with everybody. Obviously, thanks to all the sponsors here for both the series and also for us, Miranda Bigwood and Mick Pekin and all the homies. And it's just been a great time. Thanks for you guys as well for putting on a great broadcast as always. Really appreciate it.
All right, Eli, thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thanks so much.
Eli Singh of Punk Crew Gold.
Yeah, I think next up we will have a chat with our GT3 Pro winners, Derek Heiberger and Luke Wallace, who now join us. Congratulations, guys. That is a race won by the smallest of margins. Derek, that must have been heart and mouth when you came out of the pits alongside your teammates. I mean, what were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, side by side with the teammate, when you're coming out, the tires are a little bit worn, and it's also getting really dark really fast, so all of your reference points are starting to kind of go away. It was tough. Traffic didn't make it easy. There were a couple little dives by some of the prototypes into some less than ideal spots. So it was just eyes in the mirror, which I don't like to do very often, but just had to do what I had to do.
Absolutely, it was good to hear you say that, and the fact that you guys were open to fighting and it wasn't a procession. And it was super close towards the end. Was there any temptation from you guys to try the 2-stop? We saw some teams try it, but it looked like our top 3 in the end were on the 3-stop. So do you think that was definitely the way to go?
Yeah, we did a little bit of math, and it just looked like we'd end up gaining a bit more time. Just go ahead and push, just taking a splash at the end. So that's what we ended up choosing, and it ended up to be right.
Yeah, worked really well for you guys on that one. And then looking at the championship, I mean, 15 points behind going into this round from the championship lead. Of course, you'll gain a fair amount today. You'll move ahead of your teammates, the number 3 car, and up a couple of other places. What were you aiming for going into that final round of the season? Do you think like a top 3 in the championship could be possible?
I guess we'll see where we end up. Luck didn't go our way at the start of this series, so we've got it turned around by the looks of it. 2 1-2s for the team in a row. So we're definitely on the up and up. We just got to see where we can finish next time out, and I guess the championship will fall where it falls.
Well, you certainly have, the momentum behind your backs right now. It's good to see. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Definitely a shout out to everyone at Hyperion. We do a lot of testing for these events, so just from setup work, just getting an idea on pace, it all helps. Huge shout out to our livery designer Tam Livery, our partners Sim Gaming Expo, and Luke, unless you have anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Hyperion. They just support us so well, and it's a great reason for the team.
Great. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, guys, and we'll see you back in a few weeks' time.
All right,
Thank
see
you
you
guys.
guys.
That was the race-winning Hyperion Racing number 44 in the GT3s today. Charles, I think we have time for one more interview.
Yep, let's bring in our race winner from the GT3 AMS, Nick Goen. We'll bring him into the chat here. And Nick, congratulations, another race victory in your class. So talk about your race. It was a pretty nice battle between, early it was the Ford Mustang of back painted eye strain. They ran into some issues, but you guys had battles pretty much the entire 3-hour race.
Yeah. Thanks. It feels good to bring yet another one home. The race was a lot of fun. We weren't really sure where we were going to end up. With the early on, the 7 and 77 definitely had some good pace there. And later on, I think it was the 30 car of Penguin RC. Was right there with us, especially at the beginning of the final stint. But we did some. Our whole team, us and Sapphire, definitely took some extra time for practice this week, trying to figure out what strategy was going to work. We weren't sure if we had the overall pace just to push through the 3 stops with only 1 extra set of tires. So we figured to just take care of the tires, take care of the fuel, and just see how far we can extend. We figured out we were a lap short halfway through the middle stint, so went to hardcore fuel save mode to get that extra lap, and it paid out in the end. I think I crossed the line with less than a lap of fuel.
Yeah, it just seemed like that we've seen in races previous this season that some of the GT3s were really good at fuel saving to get past that golden 1 hour mark, but it didn't seem like anybody in the GT3 class was able to extend their fuel runs to that point to where they felt like they could come in. They'd have to come in and take that final pit, the little splash and dash at the end. Is that what you were kind of seeing as well? Is just you kind of figured it out early that there's just not a lot of good places to fuel save here on this track?
Yeah, it's a very flowy track, and just trying to hit that magical hour mark per stint was a little harder for a track like this, especially one that eats tires and only 1 extra set. So trying to be fast and fuel efficient is very difficult. But I think it just worked out. I mean, we calculated like what a quick stop just for a splash and dash would go, and as long as we were able to maintain less than that delta to the cars in front of us that were pushing harder, I mean, I felt we knew it was going to be close, but we didn't know how it was going to pan out. And as soon as the 30 car pit a lap ahead of us, it's like I knew we were going to be in a good spot. Whether it was going to be the win or not, I don't know, but I think we felt pretty good about a podium at that point.
All right. Well, Dick, congratulations. We'll let you give any thanks or shout outs that you'd like to, and then we'll let you go celebrate your victory.
I appreciate it. Thank you to the rest of the team. Both cars, Ruby and Sapphire, Chip Michaels, Matthew Rice, and Eugene, my co-driver today. And thank you guys for doing the broadcast, and all the sponsors that help us or help you guys make it happen.
All right, Nick, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that was Nick Gowen of Gowen Racing Ruby. And we're going to, I think that's it for the interview. So we'll wrap this up in 1 month's time, thereabouts. April 6th, we'll be at our final event at the Nürburgring GP. Obviously, it's going to be drama filled, especially if they choose the wrong chicane. So it's it's a very challenging track. But it's a fun track. It's kind of similar to Suzuka, very flowy. Not a lot of places to make really clean overtakes. But is one of my favorites, actually, to be honest. I really like driving that track. So we'll be looking for it then. So for everybody involved today, all of CMS, as well as their sponsors, Masterworks, Penguin RC, Moradness.com, as well as our production genius back there, Samuli Kumo, keeping everything online for us. Thank you very much. Sam, thank you very much for coming in last minute and the mega assist. I do really appreciate it. I don't think that I could have made 3 hours by myself, and I'm not sure that I did as well as I could have done anyway. But that being said, I am Charles Beauchel with Sam Fitzpatrick, Samuli Kumo, Apex Racing TV. Thank you very much. We'll see you again very soon. Have a good day.